Yes, Kiryu.
Hello, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, and welcome back to Mafia Monday. My name is Ollie Johnson, and I am joined as ever by Murasaki's Pit. Mura, how the devil are you? I demand to know.
Well, since you asked so rudely, I'm not telling you.
Oh,
But I'm okay. So that's your intro now. That's your intro now.
Basically.
Wow. It's so robotic, but it's so you. Oh my word! So sorry, I'm again. Claire Obscura has had me by had me by the bonbons.
It's a very good game. Go to the
It's made me tolerant. It made me tolerant of the French, which is good because I'm going there. I'm going there in like a month.
For context, Mura was never intolerant of the French. It is a...
I've only ever been intolerant of wheat. Your intolerance will not be tolerated. I can't take Haruto to Little Asia.
I can't take Haruto to Little Asia.
He's a little baby. Yo, could you look after this baby? I'm going to Little Asia to fight people. Sorry, I'm going to take a quote from Claire Obscura. Not now, son. I'm fighting strangers.
That's a great line.
Trust me, you will love the guy. You will love the fifth character when he turns up.
It's a great line, David. It's a great line. But I thought instead of saying that, I should say.
So I'm still going to be working on my Hulk Hogan impression, by the way, because I'm learning to speak like Hogan casually.
Yeah.
I'm getting there. No, the thing is that, we're talking about Terry Bollea's penis, not Hulk Hogan's penis. Because I can't do the Hogan yell, but I can slightly do Hulk Hogan casually talking. Though give him credit on that Hogan Knows Best, he did try and learn about a community despite knowing nothing about it. He tried. Hogan tried. The fact that he couldn't get a kosher grill, which I didn't know was a thing, was, is an accident on his end.
Kiryu, I hardly know. Ah, hello, Seb. How you doing?
Sebastian. And after this, it's like a dragon.
Yeah.
そのせいかアジア街の採用会もピリピリしてる。嵐の前の静けさって感じだ。
I know we should play the other one, but as we've said multiple times on this channel, no judgment here.
前にお前から聞いた小清水と染谷の杯は流れたって話だったんだが、またそれを
I'll have to try and fit judgment in on the Saturdays at
No,
some
Ollie,
point.
no judgment on you've said multiple times, no judgment on this channel. You don't want to make yourself a liar, do you?
I mean, I bought the PS5 version of Judgment for this run, but okay.
Ollie, come on, I'm just...
I know. Like, King's on Fact of the Day, he had a nephew who he promoted to General, aged 4, who was allowed to drive around the palace grounds in a sports car. But this is Mafia Monday, and Judgment isn't, like, technically a Mafia game, so it's not really eligible.
So is Seb just learning about dictators in general?
Well, no, he's had a long-standing fascination with King Zog specifically. He just thinks he's funny.
Look, I literally, while I was waiting for you, funnily enough, I was watching a video on like the biggest dictators in the world and how insane some of their stuff was.
He says this particular one is just really interesting to me. Where did Yuta go? Wheeler Yuta? Where is he?
Not Wheeler Yuta, you fool!
He's dropped his phone.
Oh no, how will he play Flappy Bird now?
Yuta's gone. His phone's all that's left. He got imprisoned in the phone.
So Ollie, let's just say you were like, in Transformers and you could transform into anything, what would you turn into? Because I would turn into a bootleg copy of Flubber. No one's going to suspect the bootleg copy of Flubber that only has the one scene of Robin Williams practicing with the flubber on the bottom of his boots, so that when the Decepticons capture me and watch it, they're like, ha 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 ha, Robin Williams, you fool, you are bouncing far too high for the task at hand.
Seb says, I like how Weibo from Flubber predicted memes.
God, it did. Also predicted people having a relationship with, their AI.
Did they predict weebs?
Oh God, he's threatening the Chinese while he's drunk. Spread your arms. Okay, this is the weirdest. Not the weirdest sexual threat I've had.
She did just shitpost random clips from different shows.
Hands off, I need my whiskey. I need more than booze than this to talk to that bastard. Is it actual booze or is it just the Rock's piss?
That's not actually a thing he does, is it? That was a joke, surely.
I don't know. That's the thing, is that, again, it's all... The thing is that no one can corroborate anything other than people who've worked with him, because there's conflicting things of him being extremely unprofessional to work with, such as him turning up 7 hours late to shootings, which sounds very unprofessional, but then there's people saying, oh, no, he turned up, he turned up for WrestleMania. Bio dad.
Hey Weibo, my dinner is ruined and I have the Dean of the University coming over for dinner. Weibo plays steamed hams quick.
Yeah, that would... Yeah, if they remade Flubber to be modern, yeah, that's what they'd do. Or they'd have it speak in brain rot. Gibbity Riz, Ohio. I've unfortunately seen Skyrim, but the intro is brain rot.
If he turned up late like that consistently, I'd just put his name on the call sheet to be the day before and tell him he's actually early.
Again, I'm going to put this up that it's rumours from people who've worked in Hollywood say he turns up late, he urinates in a bottle, hires his wife's family to basically be his piss bottle carrier. The reason that Vin Diesel doesn't want to work with him, but there's already enough Hollywood rumors about Vin Diesel in general. But apparently he just refuses to work with The Rock ever again.
Says that I like how that shop is called Tat. Yeah,
I'm sure it means something. I'm sure it means something completely different in their culture.
So it says Vin Diesel is inferior to Vin Petroleum.
I've never liked Vin Diesel at all.
I have no opinion on him, basically.
I've never liked his movies, and I've always felt like he's got this weird ego where he's in love with himself. You know, very much BoJack masturbating to the picture of himself kind of thing.
Not if I can stop him. What are you doing, Yuta? Damn it, I have to hurry. I've never felt strongly about him either way, nor have I. I've never really seen much of his work.
I've just never been a fan of his work, of his movies in general. God, I want those shoes. Wow, that conversation erupted.
Yep, that escalated quickly.
That's Kiryu, stop him! Don't worry about the burning building!
You don't sound very confident that you'll kill him. Like, the threat will kill you loses some of its weight if you sound terrified when you're saying it. Not that I blame you.
Oh god, he's beating his wang!
I'm getting in there. I gotta get in there.
Oh yeah. I finally got my role plays done for the weekend. That was fun, playing a D&D style, well, universe style version of my character in a modern world, and having to learn what modern booze is. Where's the ale? We don't have ale, we have Jack.
A bar would have ale.
I also have to deal with the fact that the version of the character I'm playing is buffer than the one that it normally have, and his response to certain stimuli. For example, we have this joke with Mura's sister that she calls him by slurs in a weird affectionate way. So she does it with like the fancy version, he just responds with, "The fuck you say?" and just picks her up. It's like, whoa, I thought we were over this.
Oh, Shigeru.
Yeah. Oh, that should be on a fucking bingo card at this point.
Yeah. Another King Zog fact of the day, I will not stand these. He was hospitalized once. The doctors told him that he had nicotine poisoning and the best treatment was exercise and fresh air. He responded by cutting down his smoking from 200 cigarettes a day to only 100.
Yeah, that sounds about right. At this point, if you're going to do them, I should just do Steven Seagal facts. Fact 1, his name is actually pronounced Steven Seagal.
I mean, if he
Fact
wants
2.
to be called Seagal, I have no reason to deny it.
I know. Fact 2, he claims to be immune to the rear naked choke. This was proven false when Judo Gene LaBelle choked him out and he shit himself.
King Zog also fled Albania when Mussolini invaded in a car that Hitler gave him as a wedding gift.
I don't know why that's funny.
Chair shot.
I still think we should give El Toro a special, get a special weapon that's just a door.
Yeah.
That he carries on his back, and he swings around like a massive fucking door, like a 6 foot, have it have like a 6 or 7 foot range? So it'd have to be a homebrew item, because they're usually like 10 or 5 feet. They usually go in go up in 5s. I call them the doorman.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or, here's another one. Here's a move I can see El Toro doing. Give him a steel chair, have him smack the enemy with the chair, and when they're stunned, put it down, stand on the chair, and then start Cossack dance kicking the guy as they're like bent over.
Take that, Ed.
The least Chinese oh my god, you kicked a table into his face! I am the table! Oh yeah, by the way, that is a Metallica song, and it's also a meme from Botchamania.
In the script, I'm going to have him and his family hop in the car and he's going to say, "Thank you, Hitler." Oh my god. You're writing the King Zog biopic, aren't you?
You're writing... So what? Oh god. Oh yeah, has he heard about my whole thing of having German rabbit people that refer to each other, their superiors as Mein Herr?
Yeah. It says, but yeah, he's the right mix of batshit insane, unexpectedly brutal, but with weird redeeming features. Like being good to his family and helping Jewish refugees.
Well, again, some dictators do insane things, but they also have a thing where they will do something that's like really nice, but it's used to show a whole thing like, see, I have mercy. It's very much King Xerxes, I am kind.
I am a merciful god.
Yeah, it's literally that. Most dictators, and I know this having been at the same school as you with an actual dictator, with the lowest one of the most basic forms of dictator, certain blonde person that was in charge, she would occasionally give out acts of kindness while also being some crazed power-mad loon.
You did this to Lo? I'm not even mad. I actually am kind of impressed.
Oh yeah, by the way, Ollie, I have some bad news for you.
What?
Joe Hendry lost the TNA World title.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. Trick Williams is the TNA World Champion.
No, you're lying. They wouldn't do that.
They did. Sadly, you know, there's a tag team we never got, Joe Hendry and Hans.
Yeah.
I believe in Joe Hendry.
That person's act of kindness felt like Dedra from Andor smiling.
Sorry. I'm looking in the group chat for this thing, and they've asked what my brother-in-law's middle name is, and they went, he doesn't have a middle name. And I'm just thinking in the back of my head going, he killed his own name. And that's the brother-in-law, by the way, that I can't understand. So he'll be like, oh, hey, and I'm like, yeah. And I've got to go to France. I've got to go to France with him.
Yeah.
Though, to be fair, he is in pain a lot of the time, so it could just be a lot of pain in his voice because he got injured working at the co-op, and he successfully sued them.
Yeah.
Apparently it happens a lot. It's very common, according to his lawyer, to successfully sue the co-op.
Yeah. Does Nicole have a favourite Disney character you can get her as a souvenir when you're over there?
Oh, you think she's not getting souvenirs? Her grandmother has given her a fucking a massive spending fund.
Nice.
She's getting some.
She is going to have this core memory forever. Just try.
I know. I've just got to make sure I don't punch Goofy.
I know it's tempting, but please don't punch the mascots.
No, well, I know because it's usually just a guy in there. But I'm going to resist my whole thing of trying to scare the mascots by going up to the princess and going, "Oh no, I'm not here for a poisoned apple. I'm here for booty."
Punch. So says punch him and then tell him you'll fucking do it again.
No, I'm planning on taking my ECW television title thing, and then as soon as I see a mascot, drop it. I was like, I knew this day would come, and then pick up the nearest object. Captain Hook? I'll teach you to try and finger Wendy with that hook. Sorry, I missed Trigger. I need my daily dose of uncomfortable, horrifying stuff, otherwise it turns to bile and poisons me. Really? Really?
Tell him to leave you alone or you'll make an orphan of Max.
And now Max will be fine, he's got Roxy.
Challenge Gaston to a push-up contest.
Oh god, you know who should go to Disneyland?
Who?
Scott Steiner.
Yeah.
Have him meet Gaston and start outperforming him and calling him a bitch. Oh yeah, also, no one talks about this about Beauty and the Beast. Everyone talks about how wonderful Belle is, but no one talks about the fact that all she does is walk through town talking shit about everybody. And how shit her life is and how terrible everybody else is. You know, for not being like her. How dare these people be content in their lives? I'm bored of all of you. You're lesser than me. Because I read.
You could read it that way, yes.
Yeah, you can read it as she's literally walking around and calling everybody else around her mundane out loud. It is literally a very nice way of going, look at these boring fuckers. With their lives and their families and...
Says Mora, dress up as Frollo. Infiltrate the cast, get on stage and sing about how much of an incel you are.
No, Frollo is the greatest villain that Disney has, okay?
Says Belle's basically Brian Griffin.
Yes, she is! She is! That also also has way too many memes about how upset she is that Beast turns back into a man. And how much she's like, and meeting up with Jane and going, so he was raised by gorillas, yes, and acts like a gorilla, yes? You lucky bitch. My one started actually using the toilet properly once he got flesh again. But yeah, seriously, I love Beauty and the Beast, okay? It's one of my favourites.
As much as I legit one of the best ones they've done.
And again, as I know I'm physically not going to be able to match up to Gaston in a thing, and I know that's a thing that happens at these things.
Yeah.
But look, I'd love to get Gaston and put him in a Steiner screwdriver. Or have him challenge me and go, no, I'm not going to challenge it, he will though. And just have Scott Steiner behind posing.
Holler if you hear me.
Holler if you hear me. You hear me, bitch. And just like doing push-ups and going, what the fuck, Gaston? Huh? Can't match up the big bad booty daddy. No wonder Belle doesn't want to yeah. That's right. Belle would rather fuck an animal than fuck you, bitch. Like, okay, Scott, calm down. Scott, no, put down Gaston.
We've reached the Kiryu has to beat some sense into his friends portion of the game.
Oh yes. No, Scott, don't put Gaston in the Steiner recliner and break his back. LeFou, help him, LeFou. He's breaking his back and making him. Oh God, now he can't walk. And now he's doing a math promo over his unconscious body. Are you happy, LeFou?
Probably the most competent screenplay. I've been reading the first draft screenplay of The Lion King. It was very close to the finished product. Oh God. Oh. It was very close to the finished product and really good. Probably the most competent screenplay I've ever read. Oh, cool. What's that archive you found? I would be interested to see it. His name's Mora on screen, Seb. You keep doing that.
So you keep doing this, and if you keep messing it up, I'm gonna have to come over to you and beat you up. I will come to where you live and beat you up in front of a cocktail. Or a wheel of cheese, whatever's around. They will witness it. Yeah, I don't know, okay? I don't know.
There is a place in the meat these days that does alright cocktails.
I haven't had a drink in a long time. I like to keep my faculties around me. I'm at that stage in my life where I'm like, I need to keep myself aware because I have a literal child.
Yeah. But like,
and you know, I'm having to be responsible, Ollie, and I hate it.
Yeah. I only drink at conventions.
Yeah, and it's not even the whole. I'm an adult now, so I must be responsible. It's that everyone else around me is an asshole, apart from my wife, and I have to keep tabs on everything because if I look away for 5 seconds, my daughter will have somehow Peter Griffined an entire vehicle outside.
I also have the screenplay of the Paul Anderson Castlevania movie Paul W.S. Anderson Castlevania movie that never got made. I would be interested to read that screenplay.
Okay. Here's something that I really think Seb would like. George Romero wrote a Resident Evil script. And it's actually got its own documentary you can buy on eBay for like 10 quid.
Right.
Like, apparently they'd asked him to write the Resident Evil movie before Paul W.S. Anderson came into things. And apparently Capcom fucking hated it.
I told you the other day and you sounded disinterested. You can't have admitted. Yeah, I must have missed that message, sorry.
Oh wow, Kiryu's being dad again. Kiryu is dad.
Yeah. There's also the Tim Burton Superman. Oh lord.
Was that the one where Superman wasn't going to have superpowers and was going to have to fight a giant spider, but they had to call the giant spider a Targaryen snare beast?
No, that was Kevin Smith.
Okay, yeah, Kevin Smith's stuff is fucking insane to begin with, but yeah, that tracks.
And the terrible Toy Story 3 script that got thrown out.
Yeah, I know how horrifying the original Toy Story was going to be. You know, the one where Woody was going to be called Woody Pride, and he was going to be a sadistic cult leader of the whole thing. I've even actually seen...
The Kevin Smith Batman v Superman isn't on there.
I've seen the animatic they did beforehand, where Woody does sound horrifyingly evil. But he's like, you know something, Buzz? Andy loves toys that can fly. Really? And then he tries to fly and he falls behind the back and goes, he also likes toys he can find. He's like, oh my god, Woody, you fucking evil dick!
I got through 10 pages of the Toy Story 3 script before I gave up. The original Woody in the first Toy Story was dark. Yep.
Oh god, he was! He was! Like, again, you can look up these things, and Toy Story's very good at existential drama. Which, by the way, Liz cannot handle, which is why we don't watch them. Isn't it? Because I like the fact, you know, it's dealing with the concept, you know, the concept of certain things with sentience before that became, you know, way too saturated. I mean, I think there was a movie years ago called Indian in the Cupboard, where a kid put like an Indian toy in a cupboard and anything that went in it came to life, and there was even a thing where he put a Darth Vader figure in it.
You can tell by the script that whoever wrote it didn't have a clue about any of the characters. It looked like ChatGPT wrote it. Oh, that is a harsh insult.
Oh, better get the saddle on, because that was a burn.
Gonna need a Bacta tank for that one.
I mean, Toy Story does unfortunately open itself up to quite a few questions of sentience. Like, what constitutes, when do they become alive, and in Toy Story 2's case, can toys get dementia? No, I argue that Woody has a form of dementia.
Really?
Not to the degree, it's because Woody is a very old toy, but he has no memories of the significance of when he was the biggest toy in existence. So either he came into existence or sentience right at the tail end of when, like in the last batch, you know, when a good example would be like when they were still making Transformers toys years after the heyday was over. Because like its heyday was over in like 1987, but they were still making them in like 91 in Europe. So my argument is that either Woody was one of the last batches of Woody toys that was made, so he wouldn't have been socially aware of his significance.
Yeah.
Or he was around, but he doesn't remember like certain things. Like he doesn't seem to have any memory. We don't hear of any memories he has before Andy. He just knows there's a duty to his existence. And that's it. So either he's very dedicated to his thing and isn't aware of how big of a deal he was. Because Buzz is at least slightly aware of his own backstory and everything when he comes into existence. Sorry, I'm thinking maybe too hard on all of this, but you know, this also begs the question of, are Legos sentient and screaming, but they can't scream because they have no mouth?
There's also a lot of 1966 Batman scripts. Well, that'll be fun.
Oh, also, are sex toys sentient?
I mean, Toy Story 4 gave sentience to a spork that was attached to a little bit of wood.
And of course Seth Rogen had a movie made where the food was all alive. Of course, that was made in the stoner comedy of, oh, all food sees the people that come into the stores to buy them as gods, taking them to their taking them to heaven, but then deals with the trauma of them being cooked and eaten. I'll be honest, the only funny thing in that movie is the fact that there is sentient gum in the Stephen Hawking wheelchair that at the end someone shoots and it reforms like the Terminator or that Richard Simmons robot. Also, there's a bunch of immortals like the Twinkies are extremely racist crackers that hate white crackers. And also, firewater. Like they're the non-perishables. Oh, and also, certain German food is racist towards orange juice.
Yeah, I remember. I did see that movie once.
It's very Seth Rogen-ish, and the fact it got a TV series is, like, this needed none of those things.
I was not aware of the TV series.
They had something, I think it's on Amazon, I'm like, why? Why does this need anything? It was like, it was its own thing. It's like when Ian, God, I miss Ian, he mentioned that they were making a superhero universe based around the movie the movie Super was part of it, and then I explained to him what Super actually was. He's like, so he doesn't have superpowers? I went, no, he just runs around in a superhero outfit smacking people with a wrench. Like, that's the thing, he's going on about all these heroes, and he said it's based around Super. It's, Super's part of it. When Super is a guy with massive insecurity issues who gets a superhero outfit, and at one point, like, one of his, how they have that one superhero thing in movies where, like, the guy discovers his superpowers, makes his own outfit and everything, and he sees a tiny bit of injustice, so then he goes off and goes into the outfit to, like, make the public aware of his existence.
Yeah.
He literally has a guy cut in line, so he goes over to his car, and they see him putting on the outfit in front of this queue, and then he walks back over as the superhero, pretending like no one's seen him, and they're all like, dude, I saw you just get into the car, he twats the guy in the mouth with the wrench. And that starts his thing, where he starts going around, like, stopping, like, child predators and thieves and people, and, like, all these things by twatting them with a wrench. Like, he'll just drive up into somewhere, come out in a superhero outfit, run over to them and start twatting them with a wrench. And that's his whole superhero persona. Just beating people with a wrench. He also kills Kevin Bacon, which gets him extra points. Who, by the way, having Kevin Bacon say racial slurs, by the way, is really uncomfortable because it's him. Yeah, Maharaka. 広瀬は自分が我々への交渉材料を失ったと感じたはずだ。そうなると、尾道の秘密を守るために、The Secret of Onomichiは私の殺害以外にない。
Says that I always knew Kevin Bacon wasn't kosher.
Ooh. Yeah, he's like the main villain of the movie Super. He like drugs and kidnaps the main character's girlfriend to sell her off to like an African drug lord. Masuzoe や達川が赤ん坊の命を狙ったことを明かしたのは Exposition. God, the drama in these things. When the plot gets going, it's like really gritty and serious.
Yeah.
And then there's the rest of the fucking game.
I mean,
I'm just saying, like,
kind of what I like about these games.
Look, Yakuza is perfectly balanced.
Yeah.
And and that's all it needs to be, not to, make a reference here and there.
Yeah.
Look, all the silly, stupid stuff. I mean, look, it's the silly and stupid shit that Seb likes. Like, Seb's not interested in the political, goings on of the Yakuza and Kiryu's constant desire to get the fuck away from it all. He just wants to go bowling and get a chicken called Nugget, or become a pirate, or help an illegal immigrant get her pizza, or visa, depending. Or in Liz's case, really commit to the role of a yaoi.
I basically play these games like the Big Lebowski. I'm forced to participate in this wider intrigue, but I just want to go bowling.
All the mini games. I mean, how much time did we spend building up the hostess clubs?
Quite a bit.
Oh yeah, which by the way is apparently my area of expertise, which I don't know what that says about me. Like, I can't remember most of what happens in, my day-to-day life, or the small little bits of etiquette here and there. But I know the hand signals for, getting an ashtray. No, seriously, watch that stuff back and see how quickly I react to most of that stuff.
Yeah, no, I remember.
Yeah, I know that club. I've done that club so much. Ladies' glass. Small glass. Ashtray. Menu. Hot towel. And I taught you my skills too. Congratulations, Ollie, you're a junior whoremonger.
What was...
Oh yeah, by the way, I've been thinking of that Warforged pimp I made. I've decided on his name.
Yeah?
I'm gonna call him Gender.
I get it.
Yeah, because he's a social construct.
Nice.
But yeah, he's gonna be my Warforged pimp. So, a 1950s style robot with the flair and personality of a 1970s pimp. That will always, by the way, have a switchblade. And if you're not careful, he'll come for you, because he thinks you're muscling in on his territory. Because you see, Ollie, you entertain guests for like an hour or 10 minutes, varying.
Yeah.
Much like just like his bitches. Yup. So I'm gonna have problems with your pimp. What, you mean my agent? That's when your agent comes out and goes, Mr. Oliver, I'll deal with this. And he just walks over in his sleek suit and his briefcase and goes, "You're not muscling on my territory, I'll cut you," and pulls out a knife, and they're just like having a little knife fight. You ain't muscling on with my bitch. And you just sit there like, what the fuck is going on?
If you're feeling brave, then the Lightning Thief screenplay's on there. I saw the movie, and that was bad enough.
Sorry, what?
He said, if I'm feeling brave, the Lightning Thief screenplay is on there.
Jesus Christ. No.
The TV series was alright.
Look, I'll admit, I understand why he's intrigued by it, because I love seeing the concept art and beta scripts and everything of other stuff. Like, I've read and seen the beta concepts for the original Resident Evil, and we might be talking differently if they'd actually said yes to a couple of these things. But we'd have no Barry.
No Barry?
There'd be no Barry, but there would be a German cyborg called Gelzer, who would hold up, that trap room that you fall into, the sandwich room?
Yeah.
In the original script, he was meant to go in and actually hold the ceiling up.
Yeah, I can see why they went with what they went.
They also replaced Rebecca with a black comic relief Eddie Murphy style character.
Seb says Resident Evil and Resident Evil Extinction are on there.
Oh God! Look, I already can't stand the movies that are in their finished state because they don't. I hate things that do not even attempt to stay connected with each other very well. When it's like, oh no, these are sequels, but they make no sense together. Like, they contradict each other, and not even in the whole, haha, we've retconned things. It's, no, this doesn't make any sense at all. It's like when we went to see that Resident Evil movie and they spent the entire movie with Wesker trying to get Alice out of that facility.
Yeah.
And then the next movie he's trying to kill her. Like, you could have left her in the facility to die. Like, why are you playing?
See how much it looked good on paper, but just wasn't executed well. Sometimes a good script
why
comes
are
from
you
a bad movie and vice versa. Yeah.
Look, again, Paul W.S. Anderson has only ever made one good movie. Mortal Kombat.
1995.
Oh yeah, by the way, you'll love this. Hawk showed me recently he's started Final Fantasy 1 on the Game Boy.
Right.
And his name's the character after all of the Mortal Kombat Conquest main cast.
Kung Lao, Zero, and Tarja.
Oh, and Raiden as the Black Mage.
Ah.
Which makes sense because he's got the little yellow hat. Nectar of me. I'm surprised none of the characters in our D&D campaign have done that yet, but none of us are arrogant enough.
I mean, Hawk did it once in the original campaign.
I suppose. But again, funny enough, only 2 of us are actually descended from gods. That's the annoying part.
2002 Spider-Man and Spider-Verse are on there.
Oh yeah, Ollie, what's with the whole Mansoor thing where he's going on and basically calling out things in certain movies? Like, he did an entire thing about why Spider-Man 1 is, how horrible Spider-Man is because he cut a homophobic promo on his opponent in the middle of a match.
I don't know. I only saw the Shrek one.
Yes, the Shrek one was interesting, to say the least.
Sorry to bring this up repeatedly, but I feel like I've found a treasure for that. No, it's alright, man.
Have you shown Seb that stuff?
No.
The Shrek one is brilliant because if you understand wrestling psychology, it makes it funny.
Big green bastard comes in and gets put in there as the new monster heel. He deliberately hurts everyone he's in the ring with and then ruins the monster image by playing to the crowd, so we got to improvise and turn him.
Jim Cornette, try and read that in a Jim Cornette style voice. And then he comes to the ring, and then he fucking plays to the audience, and now we have to fucking turn him. When we get this big green bastard, he comes into the ring, and he starts demolishing everybody, starts deliberately injuring every fucker, and then suddenly he starts playing to the crowd, and they're cheering him. So what the fuck are we supposed to do but turn him face? And then this guy, he turns up, he's clearly a jobber, he starts jumping around the ring with a bunch of fucking props and shit, and then starts making homophobic slurs against the fucking champion. Fucking wins! And then he never comes back. So what the fuck was the point in that? He buried Bonesaw! Sorry, that's my Jim Cornette impression. Thank you, fuck you, bye! Sorry, I had to go the full wrestling thing there.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be Jim Cornette without an unnecessary amount of profanity, and like this has clearly offended him in some way.
Yeah.
I mean, if we had a wrestling match and we stopped in the middle of it just to, like, in the lockup to fall on our bellies and do an arm wrestling contest or finger wrestling, he'd suddenly treat it as if we'd murdered his mother and set fire to his car while running naked through his house with flamethrowers. No, he takes things so personally. Although he didn't take losing a burger eating contest to Joe Hendry personally, so, you know, he's got some control.
Yeah.
He's got a story to finish.
Although, speaking of Joe Hendry, he's clearly signing with WWE when his contract's up.
Yeah, that is the plan. Look, Joe's like one of the only people still in TNA that's over. Like, outside of the company. I mean, the Hardys will always have that nostalgia act thing, but Jeff's complete, you know, lack of reliability does make him a problem. But again, I hate shitting on Jeff, but his lack of reliability, especially in his later years, has hurt him.
It seems like that wasn't so much a problem anymore. But...
Well, he still had the problems as far back as when he was working for AEW.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I have seen the whole puppet thing with AEW, and I love it.
Oh yeah, Harley Cameron.
Yes, I love the whole puppet thing.
Yeah. She's good. She's very good.
It's the only thing about Mercedes Moné that's interesting. Because she dropped like a lead balloon or a fart in church, didn't she?
I haven't really been...
That's like all that hype they spent on her. And she's the least interesting thing in everything she's involved in.
I mean, let's be fair, the AEW women's division is full of some pretty good characters. Like, you got Toni Storm in there.
Toni Storm's character is fucking amazing.
It is.
Very few people can pull off the black and white thing. Yeah, the whole black and white television thing and actually acting like a 1950s, you know, Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah, but she's brilliant.
She is! But she's doing it in a modern setting, which actually makes it brilliant. It's kind of like, not quite the same reason as to why I like the Vaude villains.
Yeah.
I do love that they had to explain to Triple H what Vaude villainy was, because they didn't. He was thinking, Triple H apparently thought too literally. Like, so you're bad guys? Like, yeah, but we're not going to, like, smack you with a chair or anything. Like, the most villainous thing we're probably going to do is, like, unscrew your salt shaker. Like, you know, we're gonna, like, it's like that classic level of villainy, where it's just to make you
so
look
they
like
had to explain vaudeville to him.
Yes! They had to explain vaudeville to Triple H. Because he's thinking on the whole, well, are you a good guy, or a bad guy?
Professor Chaos villainy, yes, that's basically it.
That's literally it. I don't think he's fucking seen Professor Chaos, but yeah.
We're about to enter what is the saddest time in Kiryu's life.
That reminds me. Are we going to be doing, you know, the man with no name?
Yes.
Or the man who erased his name?
Yeah,
yes,
of course.
Good. This pleases me.
Okay, so, actually, that's a point. Do we do that first? Or do we do it in release order, like a dragon, and then...
Do it like a dragon, then do like a dragon, the man who erased his name.
Yeah, because they happen concurrently.
They happen concurrently, but Kiryu's thing is happening around the same... Gaiden is happening around the same time.
Yeah.
But also its ending does lead right into like a dragon, infinite wealth.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. So
because it's a bridge between the two, because it's more a explaining why Because like a Dragon treats his appearance like it's a very special event, which it is.
At this rate, we're gonna get to Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii before I fucking finish it.
Well, get off your ass and finish it. Start making more things for you to fucking play and not fucking finish, you non-committal prick. This is why you're not married. You can't commit.
We are currently in Game 7 of a series.
Finally, yeah!
I think this is actually our longest run thing that we've done together as Mafia Monday.
Probably, yeah.
Because we did the Kingdom Hearts run over a few months.
Oh god, yeah.
But that was streaming every other day or something whenever I had the time for it. That's probably why it felt so overwhelming.
Oh yeah. But also, Kingdom Hearts is convoluted and hard to follow. This isn't hard to follow.
It can, like, each individual game can get a bit convoluted, but the overarching story is pretty simple.
Oh yeah. Kiryu just wants out of the Yakuza, but, you know, just when he thinks he's out, it pulls him back in.
I can't wait for the next mainline game with Kiryu in it, because there's clearly going to be one.
I'm saying nothing. I don't know.
Well, no plans have been announced. I think they are kind of...
No, actually, you say that, but again, the Pirate Yakuza's ending implies that this was only part one of something.
Ah, right.
But they literally pulled I don't think the Yakuza series has ever done before, a literal to be continued.
Right.
And I'm happy to have more Majima, because age just hasn't slowed him down a bit. He's still a crazy bastard.
He's a 60-year-old man with a 7-foot vertical leap.
Ollie, Yakuza 5. I know we forgot about much of the plot there, but Yakuza 5's bit with Saejima, part of the story there was them talking about how old they were getting and how slow they were getting. These people haven't slowed down a bit. They've literally, like, Death has turned up for Kiryu and gone, Kiryu Kazuma, your time has come. And he's like, I'm sorry, but there's still things I need to do.
And
like, this is non-negotiable, Mr. Ken.
And Kiryu just looks in his direction and tells him to wait his fucking turn.
He's like, I will deal with you when I'm finished. This is non-negotiable, Mr. Kazuma. And he tries to death touch him, and Kiryu just like grabs his arm and starts twisting it. Hey, calm down, Mr. Kazuma. I have business to do. He just like nuts him. And then the fight begins, and he has like a little boss fight with Death, beats him up, and then Death just comes round to his way of thinking, like, fine, Kiryu. The world still apparently needs one of your strength. I shall forego your demise for now, but know this. I will be back, Dragon of Dojima. And I'll be waiting for you, Death. And they'll just, like, leave on, like, a mutual respectful nod. And then Majima will be like, Kiryu-chan, you beat up Death? That's fucking awesome!
Whoa!
He said it's like Skyfall. Not unlike... well, less Home Alone than Skyfall.
I'm gonna train Nicole so she, like, you know, so that she can be like Kevin McAllister and have a whole Home Alone thing in case things go awry. But probably be a bit more dangerous because people, obviously, real life people are not as, you know, immune to imminent death.
Yeah, the Wet Bandits were tough.
I don't think they could have been professional wrestlers.
Yeah.
Like, the spots they were doing, they could have easily, like, Joe Pesci, like, the most damage Kevin got was a permanent scar on his fingers from Joe Pesci biting him.
Sometimes, in fairness, in real life, the wet bandits would be dead. Oh yes, several times each.
Oh god, yeah. Or at least, if they were alive, they would be severely maimed.
站起来，我们走。
岩見社長、お父上によろしくお伝えください。私たちはそろそろ失礼します。
Apparently that bite left a mark on Macaulay Culkin's hand that he has.
Yeah, that's literally what I just. No, that's literally what I just said. Is that he left him with a permanent mark.
この件については、ジミーと私とで進めてきました。父のクルスは一切関知していません。それと、もう一つ。您无法拒绝这个要求。あなたも人が悪い。中国語が堪能とは知らなかった。
Kieran Culkin, who played Fuller, ended up being the more prolific of the two. I mean, you say that, but this is the first time I have heard that name in conversation.
I always say that Macaulay Culkin, it's great to see how well he's gotten over the past few years. Like, he looks so much better these days.
Yeah.
Because, like, at first, obviously, I saw the first jokes about how bad he was looking after the whole, during JonTron, when a joke was made about the fact that basically all of his money was taken by his dad. Because puberty fucked that guy over in the worst possible way, and by that I mean it ruined all the plans for him. Because, allegedly, seeing him in Uncle Buck is what got him for the Home Alone thing, and that's when they were like, right, we need to get as many movies as we can with this kid while he looks this young, so he can play the role. But then, obviously, after the second movie thing and Richie Rich, things went awry, and then they had to recast him for 3. And then his life wasn't great. Then he turned up on the... Then I saw him on the Angry Video Game Nerd, and he looked great. Then he turned up at wrestling shows.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, tell me that Macaulay Culkin could not become an indie wrestler where you've got much for more freedom, and he does specifically hardcore matches, mainly against people like joke wrestlers like, say, Grado or Colt Cabana or Joey Janela in general, or if he was still alive, Virgil, where he defeats his opponents using Home Alone style traps. Like, seriously, like, there's a bit, I think I mentioned before in 2K25, there's like a bit where if you go the comedy route in the My Rise mode, you defeat an entire faction with Home Alone logic. Like, the faction will come down to beat you up, but they'll trip over planks, or literal, like, ladders will fall on their heads, or my personal favourite, JD McDonough tries to climb into the ring, grabs the ropes and he gets shocked.
Yeah.
Or there's grease on the ring steps, so they keep slipping, so like a faction of 5 guys cannot get into the ring to get you because Home Alone logic is happening.
Yeah.
Like, this is an actual thing you can do. Like, it's apparently the plan was to make it so that Mutiny looked so ridiculous that Dominic Mysterio wouldn't join them, and it worked. So this entire faction of tough guys was basically taken out by, you know, ladders and tripwires and apparently, like, at one point he literally says, "Oh, I can deal with Mutiny. I just need," and he gives a list of all these things he'll need. Is like, I don't want to know what you plan to do with any of these things. And I'm like, yeah, this is Home Alone. Like, this is the movie Home Alone.
I liked his intro music. I remember wanting to use that for Big Mickey.
What I'm saying is Macaulay Culkin could easily, like, have a side hustle on the independents.
Yep. By the way, it's almost your turn.
Well, we've had a lot of cutscene.
Yeah, this game's quite cutscene heavy.
And we are close to the end, but then again, this is the end of the Kiryu arc, the Kiryu Kazuma arc, which has been spanned a very long time.
Yeah.
だから広瀬はユータを私への資格に仕立て上げた。彼らはもう私の口を塞ぐのに手段を選ばない。黙れって。桐生さん。
I want to do at least Like a Dragon in the dub because I do think the English language will be easier for audiences to follow.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the alarm.
After the cutscene's over. I don't want to spend most of my turn just looking at a video screen, though. That's most likely when I start, I'll get somewhere and then we'll get more cutscene. I await you on the roof.
Go to the roof. Alright, hanging you in.
What a wonderful mission. I'll just turn this down. And letting me to share play. Can't join the share play session. Bullshit. Hold on. Let me do.
I'll tell you what, it's gonna be more cutscenes for.
Okay, fine. I'm just gonna sort this out. I'm gonna try and sort this out anyway because this is not on. This is unacceptable.
Yes.
Then again, we have had a rainstorm for last night, so that might be affecting it. But that doesn't explain why I can see the video fine.
Yeah.
There's no jumping. There's no issues.
そうか。ありがとうな、伊達さん。
Okay, my signal's good, so I don't know why it's behaving the way it is, but fuck it. Fuck it, it's a field goal.
O has more to say. So it's gonna be more cutscene anyway.
Oh, for God's sake.
桐生さん。尾道の秘密はあなたに託す。私にはもうあまり時間が残されていない。なんだと。これを。これは先代が私に託したマイクロフィルムのデータ。あなたの持っている携帯で読み込めるはずだ。さっきあんたが言ってた。
There's something about the scene that reminds me of Luthen and Lonnie meeting up. Yeah.
解読すれば尾道の秘密を暴く鍵となる。私には解けなかったが、尾道に詳しい者になら何かわかるかもしれない。そしてあなたが尾道の秘密に迫れば。その前に立ちふさがるのが広瀬だ。彼はあなたを殺してでも。
That is a reference to the show Andor, which is very good. You don't have to have seen the rest of Star Wars to get it, but it will give you a false impression of how good it is.
Oh yeah, quick question. Just quickly, how long was Claire Obscura in production?
I don't know. I imagine it was quite a while.
Because some salt came from another studio going, well, of course it was good, it had time to cook. But then someone mentioned that their game in question that didn't do well was in production since 2015. So they had a long time to get things ready. Like a decade to get things ready. don't know how many years it took, but Claroscuro looks. It was definitely not made. It was definitely not made in a year.
Yeah.
But is there some? Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought there was some glitching there, but it's just like the side. It's just like the side of the. I thought there was a glitch. Then it wasn't. I just the lighting made it look like the thing was longer than it was.
Oh yeah, AEW Double or Nothing was last night. So much wrestling.
I know. I remember seeing years ago there was a thing like, oh, the only someone who watched British wrestling when World of Sport was a thing, when their complaint was, oh, there's just not enough wrestling on. It's like, now there's too much.
The monkey paw finger curl.
Yes.
I once remember it being written that Sting would once ask, why can't we have wrestling every night? Turns out, Sting, we fucking can.
Well, again, you got to remember as well that the standard of wrestling, like in the 80s in Britain, was like, it wasn't great. I mean, the sad thing I've learned is that we are the only country, like the UK is the only country that did not keep records for their wrestling. Like, there is no records at all. Like, no one is collecting them, which means that anyone who worked in wrestling could say they've had a certain amount of matches and you could not verify it. Because I think even Jimmy Savile said I've wrestled 600 matches, and like we've only got like 5 or 6 of them on tape.
Return to Onomichi. This is personal.
And apparently that William Regal thing he does, like the whole thing with that face.
Yeah.
Apparently that's a British wrestling thing. That's just him paying tribute.
All right.
And like, so you mean the scowl? So the scowl. Like that fucking scowl he does.
Yeah. So it's like how they just didn't keep old episodes of Doctor Who.
Well, yeah. But they did. Well, yeah, they didn't keep a lot of the records for wrestling, so a lot of the stuff is not verifiable. Because like some of them would say they'd had a certain amount of matches, but there'd be a lot of massive inconsistency. Like they'd say, "Oh, I've wrestled 600," then it's 1,000, and then it was very much Goldberg's streak.
Yeah. Oh, too high.
Yeah. Yeah, it was very much, Goldberg's streak in the whole, oh, well, they could say anything and no one can say they're lying. Well, they can, but they can't verify they're not telling the truth. Because even Canada has kept records, because that's how we found out about Supertramp. And the fact that he didn't exist.
I heard that Goldberg's streak got her thrown off the set of Ghost. Not that Goldberg.
No, but there was like a whole incident years ago with a guy who would go to like wrestling conventions and claim he was like an old school wrestling thing, but there was no verifiable proof he'd ever wrestled. And he was called Supertramp, whose gimmick was not a hobo, funnily enough. But his name is also makes him ungoogleable. He's only got 2 pictures of himself in wrestling gear, but they could be taken anywhere. And his excuse is, oh, I had all the pictures of me in my matches and all the tapes were destroyed by a vengeful ex. Because apparently one person had access to every single thing of him. So where Brian Zane coined the term the BFF, the big fucking fraud. Hell, there's even actual footage of Brian Zane wrestling, and it's, well, he messed up his entrance music by his own admission.
Yeah.
His entrance theme was Big Time by Peter Gabriel, but he got the wrong one, and it was the WrestleMania version of Big Time, which made him seem more like an arrogant prick.
Huh.
Oh yeah, by the way, have you shown Seb Purple Cane?
Yep, I did.
What are his thoughts on, you know,
He seemed to like it.
the artist formerly known as Purple Kane?
俺はな、ユータ。俺の目の前で。あいつもいつか好きな男ができて子供を持つだろう。そんな日が来るまで俺があいつの親でいようってな。兄貴。今のはるかには誰かがそばにいてやる必要がある。
As much as I think it'd be funny for him to do so, but I know he won't. It'd be funny for Kiryu just to like sit there with a shotgun.
お前にしかできないことだ。
You know, I don't know what would ever happen if my Haruka ever got hurt. Have you ever killed a man before? Because I have. The hell's this? Oh, little insurance. You'll get the antidote when I get my daughter back. I've already planned to do that to Nicole. Like, scare her, anyone she's with, just to see if they play along. And yes, Ollie, I mean, I'm literally going to get a needle and jab them at one point. So when they go, what the hell? I'm going to go, oh, that's just a little insurance. You'll get the antidote when I get my daughter home. Just scare them a little. Oh yeah, by the way, Paul London is still around.
Oh.
He's on a podcast he was on a podcast recently with I think it was recently. Oh no, wait, no, it's a few years ago with Rene Dupree.
Oh, cool.
Turns out they hate Bubba Ray and they hate the Undertaker.
I don't like how much of a high school locker room wrestling locker room seem like.
No, apparently, no, you'll love this one. Apparently, he hates Bubba Ray because apparently you could not just be casual and enjoy yourself when you had off time. So at one point he went to the beach to just relax. At one point,
Yeah.
Rico was there, Rene Dupree was there, and when he gets back to the locker room, Bully Ray then tries to go, oh, I heard you had a romantic date with such and such, because of course he has to make, you know, homoerotic undertones for just hanging out because Bubba Ray. He doesn't like Undertaker because Undertaker, at first he said he didn't drink because he was, you know, he just wasn't a drinker. But then he tried to like audition for like one of the Superman movies at the time. And and he got rejected, so Jamie Noble convinced him to have a drink. And Undertaker got mad at him, said, oh, you'll have a drink with Jamie Noble, but you won't have one with me. Like, what's your standard? It's like, dude, I'm just having a bad day, okay? And then Bubba Ray trying to kiss ass, apparently had charged all of the bar's drinks, all the boys' drinks to Paul London. To try and get in good with the Undertaker.
Right.
Yeah, it is very locker room. I heard you tried to kick out of a move. That's not... It'll be a shame if something happened to you. Dude, what the fuck? I understand the whole thing of, look, they're on the road all the time. So, yeah, there's going to be tension on the road and there needs to be a way to deal with them. But management needs to deal with them because otherwise you're letting the inmates run the asylum. And that can lead to problems.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, so, who wants to bet that those guys at the end of the street are here for me?
I mean, there is a slight possibility. This is you,
Oh,
isn't
look
it?
at this, Ollie. Look at this, Ollie. I can't go down this side street and leave. No.
You don't want to go down that road.
陽明連合会会長、この町から即刻出て。
理由は
親父からの命令ですけ。
なら
In that
俺
case,
も
I've
そ
got
の
no reason to
区切りは
apply.
ないな。
そうですか。こっちも手段は選ばんど。話はしまいじゃの。踊れな。ぶち殺したれ。
That's very optimistic of you. I admire your spirit. You'd think he'd drive a little more carefully with his boys in the back.
Go on, boys, mess him up.
Superman punch. Unfortunately, you didn't cock your fist like a shotgun, so it didn't do all the damage it could have. There we go.
God, it was just tedious. Oh. Ah, I just need to take a swig.
There's a restaurant right there if you want to, like, restore your health.
Yeah, you know, no, I was going to pretend this didn't happen anyway. Sure.
Oh, you could probably get some more stats. Yep, let's eat the entire menu.
Oh, well, I tried.
うまいな。さあ行くか。
Yeah, see if you can up your stats some.
ありがとうございました。
Because you're not quite maxed out. Okay, you've reached S rank defense.
Mm-hmm.
Everything except the heat gauge. It's just those green points that are just a lot more scarce than everything else.
I know, I know. God, stop me.
昭和の黒幕と呼ばれた大道寺稔氏ですが、今は面会謝絶ということで、訪れる財政界の大物たちも病状を知ることができないとのことで、深刻な状況が続いていると見られています。大道寺氏は戦争中、旧日本海軍の高級将校でしたが、戦後 GHQ の占領期の後、歴代の内閣に強い影響力を持ち続けたと言われ。
兄貴、なんじゃいつ帰ってきたんじゃ。
連絡しなくて悪かったな。
それより、ユータは無事なんすか。
ああ。 ただあいつはカムロ町に置いてきた。
今まで何があったんじゃ、兄貴。
そいつを話しにここへ来たんだ。みんな座ってくれ。
So hopefully next week we'll be starting Yakuza Like a Dragon, which was released in Japan as Like a Dragon Yakuza.
And was parodied in Persona 5 Strikers as Dragon Like a Yakuza. Which, considering that Sega do take part in Atlus's distribution, makes actually a lot of sense. There is an actual really weird relationship between Sega and other companies because they do also make a lot of Gashapon stuff. And also the reason you see a lot of affordable anime statues. They also have Miku Hatsune under their banner, so crossover is certainly a possibility. With Yakuza.
そこへ親分が現れるって話だ。その時はあの人はユータやローのように俺のことも殺そうとする。
それもローが言うとるだけじゃろうが。
ああ、確かにな。
わしと松永はノーは兄貴。ほんのガキン頃から広瀬のおやっさんに世話かけてきたんじゃ。わしらは父親がおらんかったけ。あん人がずっと親代わりよ。広瀬一家の歴史っちゅうんはそんじょそこらの組とは違うんじゃ。それを中国マフィアのたわごとに踊らされてわしらにおやっさんを疑えっちゅうんか。どうなんじゃああ、桐生の兄貴。
ローの話を頭っからお前らが聞く気にならねえのは分かってる。俺だって信じたくはねえ。
信じとうはないが信じとるっちゅうことかい。ほいじゃったら桐生さん、わしらはもうあんたを兄貴とは呼べん。
だがもし尾道の秘密を前にしてそこに親分が現れたとしたらお前らは
うちに親試すようなバカはおらんで。わしらは黙って親の言うことに従やええ。我も元極道じゃったら分かっとるはずじゃ。
都合のいい時だけ極道風吹かすのか。
わりゃなんじゃいよんだら桐生さん。
ほうじゃ。わしらの頭をバカにしてるんだ。
Yes, I do.
踊れら手出すな。表出や桐生。わしと差しで蹴りつける。
If we must. Fine, time to put you in the ground.
He must know how this is gonna go.
Ollie, it's a matter of pride.
とやり合うことになるとはな、ナグモ。
好きにしたらええ。じゃが広島ヤクザの意地注文を見我も殺す気で来いや。
Made short work of him.
違うんじゃ頭。
邪魔が入ったで。
本家の連中じゃ。
続きは後だ、ナグモ。
じゃがこいつら何の目的じゃ。
クルス会長からの使いだろう。俺が尾道に
I'm pretty sure he doesn't want me here. What makes you think what makes you think that? Because they told me.
秘密を暴こうとしとるからか。
もういい、ナグモ。連中に俺とはもう切れたと言え。そうすりゃお前らは見逃してもらえる。
今さらそがーなみっともないまでできんわい。
ええんじゃな、頭。
本家の連中に見せたらや。わしら広瀬一家がなんぼのもんかっちゅうのをの終わらせてやるよ。
Don't envy the guy that caught that kick.
ナグモ。クルス会長が尾道の秘密を守ろうとしているのは間違いない。
ほうみたいじゃの。ほいじゃが、おやっさんもそうじゃとは。
He won't stop, not until he
親分を
won.
信じているならしっかりその目で確かめろ。
My country was attacked by another country. Does the country have a name?
ずっとあの人を親と呼び続けんのか。広瀬一家の絆は取り繕って守んなきゃなんねえ程度のもんじゃねえだろ。
当たり前じゃ。
Season 4 of Yu-Gi-Oh!
秘密を暴きに行くんか。
Your game out how?
でももしおやさんがわしらをその
Yeah, we're in the end game now because now the secrets.
の話はもうええんじゃ。
Yes, Petra.
ええ加減そがにややこしい話はもうごめんじゃ。組の子分がおやっさんと会うのにいちいち迷うことがあるんか。わしも腹決まりましたけ。あんたと一緒に尾道の秘密とやらを暴く。ただしわしらが動くんはあんたにおやっさんの無実を証明するためじゃ。それが分かった暁にはしっかり詫び入れてもらわんといけんど。
ああ、そん時は俺のことを好きにしていい。
男に二言はない。
Promise to try.
桐生の兄貴。
また兄貴じゃ言うとる。相変わらず勝手なお人じゃ。
踊れも腹決め、松永。田頭も。
Oh, we're meant to be as inconsistent as you? Fuck.
で、どこ行ったら尾道の秘密を暴けるんじゃ。
And now nobody knows there are no secrets except you.
こいつは牢に託された
Into the
ある場
shredder.
所を示す暗号らしい。ただ問題は俺にも牢に
あ？
解読するに
We
は
need to solve a
お
riddle.
前らの力が必要だ。
Oh. Shit.
My fur? What?
これが牢から受け取った画像だ。
Ah, a
なんじゃ
riddle.
こりゃ。ローが渡した暗号ってこれだけか。
Shit.
ああ、
It'll lead us to a particular location.
どこかの場所を示してい
My
るらしい。
first is in P, but not in canoe.
使われとるアルファベット
What am
は
I?
J B R N M E O I K。 使われとる数字は7736179211。見る限りアルファベットと数字がワンセットになっとるようじゃの。ああ、これはもしかしたら開示暗号かもしれん。
開示暗号？
わしもネットでしか見たことがないんじゃが、例えばこの J7 で何かの文字一つ、 B7 で別の文字一つを表しとる。 これを解読すると何かの文章になっとる気がしますわ。
ほ
う。あとは開示表さえあれば解けるはずなんじゃが。
開示表。
この暗号の元になっとる文字表ですわ。例えばあいうえおの50音表をこんな風に数字で置き換えたものが開示表じゃ。この開示表をもとに「こんにちは」を表すと15100423251という数字で表せる。
ほう、なるほどな。じゃあローの暗号の元になった開示表が何なんか分かればええっちゅうことか。
そういうことになります。
確かローは尾道に詳しい人間であれば何かわかるかもしれないと言っていた。もしかしたらその開示表ってのはこの土地に古くから関わっているもんなのかもしれない。
よっしゃ、わかった。暗号に関係しそうなものなら何でもええ。今からこの土地を片っ端から調べるんじゃ。へい。
The city must have the answers.
頭たちは、わしはネットで情報を集めてみます。
時間食っちまった。
Do you remember what to look for?
I vaguely remember what to look for. Ish.
Good, because I don't.
I vaguely remember. I might be wrong, though. That's the problem.
なんだ、気のせいか。なんだ、問答無用か。
The fuck?
いやー、あんた見たんじゃろ。刀を手にし。わしはここの墓守りをしとるじじいじゃ。原因は
あんたも
地元のもんじゃったらこの墓場にはまあよそもんはよそもんで。
そうか。
ええんじゃ。ここに出る亡霊たちは昔海の男は気が荒いき。あんたが嫌でなけりゃ。
なんだと海賊の亡霊か。この町にも喧嘩の種がなくならねえな。
If I remember correctly, it has something to do with these statues.
クヒだ。覚えきれぬ島々の名エミ水院。
Yeah, this is what we're doing now, Ollie.
Yeah.
We basically got to go around and take pictures of Jizo statues. They'd appear as these little blue things. Yeah, you'll probably end up with a few pictures saved up on your console, but well, I don't remember where the others are. Well, yeah, as I remember, there's one here. I believe that's 4. Might as well cover this entire area. That one. Yep, there's one up here. I think 2 up here.
I'm just gonna say it's a good thing you're the one doing this because it would probably get to your next turn before I finish doing this bit.
Very much so. Okay, so there's got to be one up here somewhere. Ah, there we go. can fucking get to it.
クヒだ。日の影は実編者一
I just remember this being unnecessarily fucking tedious.
Yeah. Having gone through most of it for this run already at this point, because we're near the end, I like it more than I did the first time.
Yeah.
But it is kind of a weak link in the series, I think. Also, the decision to have every weapon break after like 3 hits, not a choice I'm a fan of.
Well, it was certainly a choice.
Yeah.
Okay, that's that done. Are you keeping track of how many of these we've done?
I think that was 6 or 7.
Well, then that means we've got 2 or 3 more to do. So it's not one of these. Do or do not. There is no try.
I'm assuming you got that one already. Yeah, I remember.
Oh, yeah, I've already got that one. I already got that one. Okay, there's one around the corner here. Out of my way, people. Hello.
No, there it is.
Yeah.
クヒだ。大屋根は皆寺にして岩やさざ波。
We're junior detectiving our way through this shit.
Yeah.
Ah. Tram doesn't run at night time. Shit. Oh God!
It's that guy.
It's him! He must be hungry. I guess I could bring him something.
Sorry, dude. We're
You're on your own, brother. Right, we might need to rest until daytime.
yeah, because we can't get everywhere at night.
Exactly, and I need to take the tram. Okay, apparently I can't go to sleep. Right then.
目障り。手間取らせよって。
豆腐いかがで、そこの方。
ん
Oh God.
いらないと。
Ollie, you know who that is?
恋やすん
Yeah,
お前、
It's Fighter.
ま
the
さか
pocket circuit.
ポケサーファイターか。
あれ、もしかして久しぶりだな。もう30年前くらいに。
もうそんなカムロ町でお前とポケットサーキット。
俺も不思議とそんな感じ。いやでもカズマくん、
お互い様だ。
ああそうかな。
でもまさかこんなところです。
ああ、引退した後しばらくしてから。そういうカズマくんは広島には観光。
いや、ちょっとした。
そうなのか。
はい、ダディ。
ん
紹介。
ポケサーファイターに。
それは言わないでおくれよ。
ダディ、この人は誰？ Who is this ダンディ？
このおじさんはね、
カズマおじさ
Dandy
ん。
man.
はじめまして。
ナイストゥ
びっくりしたかい？
英語教室。
あれ、そういえばさっきと今日の。
そう。
お？
こんなところに、早くしないと英語教室に遅刻しちゃうでしょ。マミーの負担を増やさないでちょうだい。
But
口答えしないの。いいさきと、時代はグループ世界なのよ。英語くらい喋れないと落ちこぼれてダディみたいな
Oh God!
親になっちゃうわよ。
Sorry, マミ。僕
わかればいい。あなた、これ以上サキトに悪影響、それに道草食ってる暇があったら一つでも。
ああ、悪か。ごめんよカズマくん。恥ずか。
いや、今のは
そうだね。彼女は息子のサキと立派な俺みたいな大人になったら大変だから。
そんなことはないと思う。
それじゃあすまないけど、そろそろ仕事しばらくこっちにいるなら。
ああ、わかった。
ありがとう。
Oh, dude, Pocket Fighter, man.
Yeah.
No, I have to buy some tofu off him now.
Yeah. In fact, buy
Yeah,
all
what?
the tofu.
I'm buying the tofu. You're a buddy.
毎度ありがとう。またよろしくお願いします。
God damn it, Pocket Circuit Fighter. What happened to you? I'm pretty sure I got this one.
クヒダ、つわものに夏
Yeah.
目漱石。
Yeah, I've got that one.
クヒダ、つわものに夏目漱石。クヒダ、左きは場所。
I'm not sure we got that one. Did we?
No, we did because otherwise no, it would because if we haven't got it, he will comment on it.
Ah, right.
Oh yeah, we can go back to check on Circuit Fighter as well to make sure he's doing okay.
Yeah.
That poor guy. I feel bad. It's gotta suck to have a wife who will belittle you in front of your own child.
I mean, you got to ask the question: why did you marry him then? If you have such a low opinion of the man.
Look, I'm not gonna look. I get that most relationships go through a rocky, go through a rocky time, but the whole point is to support each other.
Yep.
That's how a relationship is meant to work. You don't, and the worst thing you can do, especially with a child, is try to tell them, "Hey, you're the other parent's a piece of shit. I'm better. I've got your best interest in mind. Don't listen to them. They've got weird nips." I'm just saying that, you know, there comes a certain, like, you know, there's having you've got to have respect.
Yeah.
And that bitch got no class. Sorry. Not sorry. Okay, well, might as well fight some, you know, going with what apparently what's my D&D thing these days, punching ghosts.
Nani?
Now there are two of you. This is getting out of hand.
No, there are two of them. There's something satisfying about that punch.
Spectral buddies are really warming up to you. How exactly do you know that? I've been watching over this place for years. I can tell how they feel. Really love the energy flowing through the air. They're gloomy, usually gloomy, but it feels like the ghosts are taking a shine to you. They just love these fights. It doesn't make much sense. You know what? You just might be the one to finally put their souls to rest. See, Holly? I am the ghost puncher. For context, that's literally what happened to my character. Well, my second character in D&D. She just found herself punching ghosts.
Yeah.
The little spectral shits. Okay, so I got that stone. There was one stone up here.
Yeah, you definitely got that one.
Yeah, definitely got that one. Yeah, there's no more in the area that I can see on the mini-map. Yeah, because this would be where the tram drops you off.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, this one. Yeah, I remember this one because it took so long for it to finish.
Yeah.
The other one might just be in town somewhere, we just don't know where. Yeah, because Kiryu hasn't added anything to it. So yeah, the next one must still be in town. Which might be the last one.
Yeah.
And if not, hell, we can have a look at Circuit Fighter and see if he's doing okay. There's that one around here. I can always take these back and see if it actually... Oh, wait, no, there's one. It's on the main street. Trust me to get the turn when, you know, there's just puzzles.
Yeah.
That I have to solve for you.
Well, like, do you want me wandering around this map trying to find 7 of an object? Or however many?
No. I only had to watch you get mad at the egg viper last night. I checked all 9 poem stones. Okay, but there's one thing I have to do once I've taken a picture.
What's that?
I've got to go check on Pocket Fighter.
Yeah. I mean, that's...
Yeah, sorry, I can't leave this man. This man needs some confidence.
Yeah.
You can't let your wife walk all over you like that. You need to get the strength to go, look, I'm an equal partner in this relationship. Oh, no, apparently nothing. I checked on your pockets. I might have to come see you, you know, another time.
Yeah.
Damn, man. Because I know there is a whole story thing where you can come back, and he does stand up for his son against his wife.
Yeah.
The man needs some more testosterone, some more masculinity. It's not necessarily a bad thing. That Kiryu. You should all hear this. I end up on all 9 of the poem stones. Turns out the first letter of each author's name matches up with the letters of the code. I have photos of each stone to prove to you, so take a look. No way, these really do match. Maybe the substitution table for the code is actually carved on the poem. Kiryu, Nikki, you're doing good. If you're right, doesn't that mean we can solve the code? Yep, let's get cracking with the knacking. J7 would be the 7th kanji. I knew this one was coming up. And I know it's fucking tedious because it's the one thing where there isn't a map marker.
残りも全部当てはめると海軍水兵山名道大の墓
Oh, big grave. Those colors combine to make naval soldier Yamano Donji's grave. You mean the big grave in the cemetery behind the highway? Yeah, that's got to be the place. That'll do. Then Kiryanagi, let's get over to the cemetery. I've done enough shit with the graveyard. You got to give him credit for you know, for such a puzzle that requires you to actually use your brain.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Is. Yamano Doda. The secret is in this grave. Oh my god! Well, we are desecrating a grave.
Can't we have one meeting that doesn't end with us desecrating a grave?
No. Oh, something's back here. Yeah, it's a skeleton. Oh. Oh God. You want me to open it in case it's cursed? What's this? Is that the old
is cursed?
Unless you do a few battles and then it becomes a paladin shield. Good.
Grinding on that island, it only takes about 4 or 5 battles to learn Ultima.
I take it you haven't done the Maniac Tower thing to get the thing to let you cast twice.
No.
Well, that'll be on the list tomorrow then. The shipyard. Cap, I bet there's going to be tons of main family guys on their way back, way down to the dock. You mind if I knock a few heads on the way? Be my guess, I don't want to hold back anymore.
Well,
Oh, go to the dock.
No doubt he intended to say doctor, but was unable to complete his sentence as he had died. So, taking him at his word, we took the body to the waterfront, whereupon the sea creatures fed upon it.
Stop shooting me, asshole!
But Kiryu doesn't kill. Gameplay is non-canon.
That's all, ladies and gentlemen. More reach than a spider monkey. Oh, and look at that! My time ends. So, is that coming to an end at the 5-minute warning?
Sorry.
Because I had to solve the puzzle, and thank God I did.
Well, if it was my turn, we'd still be running around town looking for stones. And we'd probably have found about 4 of them.
You wouldn't even know we were looking for stones. Well, since I'm now up to full health and I got a bunch of green stuff, you know what I must do.
Stats. Oh, okay, we have maxed out his defense.
Yeah, I just got it up now. Just got his heat gauge to level up. Yeah, we can't do we can still do sub-quests, but we can deal with that another time. Unless... I'm gonna see if Pocket Circuit Fighter is able to, you know, grow some balls. I mean, listen to me, Pocket Fighter. Yeah, your wife wants what's best for your kid, but...
That's no excuse to run you down like that.
Yeah, look, masculinity is not necessarily a bad thing, and sometimes you need it. Otherwise, they will not respect you. And sometimes just doing...
toxic masculinity doesn't actually mean that all masculinity is bad.
I know. I'm just saying that some people do take it that, oh, well, that just means you hate all masculinity. No, that is not entirely...
It
oh,
just
God, we
means
scared him.
That there are...
Oh, God, we scared him. We scared Pocket Fighter.
Sorry, dude.
Sorry, dude, that was not my intention.
It just means that there are certain behaviours traditionally associated with masculinity that are not healthy, such as never asking for help no matter how much you need it.
Well, in some cases they don't have much in some cases they don't have much choice, but that isn't really down to them. It's down to the demands that have been made upon them. Like, oh well, your grandfather didn't complain about his stuff. Also, yeah, and that's why he only lived to 45.
Also, shaming any display of emotion that isn't anger.
Oh, I know,
which is done by
the
same people who wonder why so many men tend to have anger management issues.
Look, well, yeah, there's a lot.
There is a direct cause and effect relationship there.
Well, yeah, but there's also a lot of issues with men. Yeah, the societal demands of men in general. It's why, like, the certain rates are higher than they should reasonably be. Yeah. Not saying the word on stream, but they are much higher. They are much higher in men. And George Carlin even made a joke about it, going, "Women think about it more, but men actually do it. It's like, you know, it's one thing the women are failing at."
I remember the routine.
Yeah. Yeah, because there are heavier expectations because of societal demands.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I grew up in an environment where crying was seen as that's not a thing you should be doing. That's why with my daughter,
cry whenever you damn well please.
Oh, well, again, the funny thing is, do you know when it became acceptable for me to cry? When Grandpa died. That was it. Because the person who punished me for it broke at that moment.
Yeah.
Like, he broke in that moment, and then it no longer became a thing is, you can't cry, and then my cat, who I'd had since his birth, since the day he was born, passed away. Now on you, and so it looks like, Ollie, you'll be finishing this.
Finish the story.
And thanks to me remembering that fucking annoying thing, we can finally finish it, and probably before my next turn.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. There are certain things that just shouldn't be gender specific, or you should be shamed for doing.
Yeah.
Obviously. But I do believe there is certain, like, masculine traits, and the thing is, there are women who can be masculine. That's why tomboys exist, and why that's now become very popular with people again.
Yeah.
And it's okay.
But I was going to say...
I don't have gender-specific rules on, like, say, Nicole. Like, Nicole is a girly girl. Like, every stereotype you could think of, she does. Like, she likes pink, she likes wearing girly clothes, she likes doing girly things, and that's fine because she chose it. Like, we never pushed that on her and said, you know, you should be playing with this, or you should be doing this. She chose and said, I want to do this, or I want to have this, or wear this is what I want to do.
And the choice is the important thing.
Well, that's the thing, I'm very much a big believer in, I don't get to choose. I am not you. I don't get to choose what you like, what you don't. Even if I don't like what you're like, you know, not in the I disapprove kind of way. In the whole, this isn't my cup of tea, but you like it, and it's something that makes you happy. That's all that matters. Yeah. It's why I've never said we should get only girly toys or anything like this. What does she want exactly? Like, what does she actually want? So yeah, if she wanted to say have a hair short and dress in dungarees and stuff, and so that's fine. It's when she starts those things start causing problems when I start to jump in. Like, there's a line.
I can't imagine that specific thing causing problems, but I get what you mean.
No, it's when she starts becoming an actual societal problem, or thinks she has to be. It's like, no, just let people be happy. You don't have to smash something that isn't affecting you right now, and you haven't been crippled by, because I've done everything I can to make sure it doesn't. Like, I've never set a boundary for you to say you can't do this because of your gender. I've never let that be a barrier for her. If anything, I want her to be old when she's old enough to go, No, I was never held to such a ridiculous standard. I was allowed to do whatever the fuck I wanted because my parent trusted me to make my own decisions.
Yeah.
Because he didn't play the fucking robot.
I mean, incidentally, when I eventually build a robot, I will also let that robot do whatever it wants.
That might not be a smart idea, but because it'll be made by you, so, but yeah. That's not me not trusting the robot, that's not me not trusting your programming.
And that is fair.
Look, I love Trigger to pieces, but I wouldn't trust him to make a robot, because it'll end up like that robot from The Whitest Kid You Know, that called Sex Robot, that does nothing but play annoying music.
I am not familiar with that sketch, I only know the one.
The peeing on the leg thing, yeah. The sex robot thing is just this robot that turns up and it's just like this, it's just got music playing of it constantly going, sex robot, sex robot, sex robot, sex robot, sex robot, sex robot. So then they call the police on it and it's arrested and it annoys everybody in prison. He isn't even in jail. Another fucking cell. He humped the bars. Oh no, and then when he's in court, it's like, what do you want? Do you want to get down?
Look, you know what that reminds me of? Do you remember BoJack Horseman, Henry Fondle?
Yes, it's that.
Henry Fondle is a sex robot and should not have been put in any positions of executive power. So when you say sex robot, are you speaking metaphorically? No.
No! Yeah. I love that the actual sexual innuendos he makes, everyone takes a serious business acumen.
But then
or,
insufficient power.
Yeah, and everyone takes the actual stuff that is, does not fall into that as
and then he said low battery. It is not acceptable to threaten an employee with battery at any level.
Yes. So yeah, they've got him in court and they're like, do you want to get down? For the last time? No! Sexing up your town. Oh, hell no! So then they execute the robot, and they're like, what have we learned here? And they stare at each other. Oh, by the way, Whitest Kid You Know does have one other sketch you will know of.
Yeah.
The pizza's not for breakfast thing.
Was that them?
Yeah, that was them!
Oh no!
Pizza's not for breakfast! Oh yeah, by the way, in 2K25 I've unlocked that masked CM Punk.
Yeah.
So got masked Straight Edge Society CM Punk, and I also might have a card in my faction that may be more powerful than I'm supposed to have at this point, because they seem to be releasing characters of certain value cards a lot. They'll obviously have the more powerful ones as towards the end of the game's lifespan, because that's what they do. But you get some for collector's levels, and I might have got lucky with some of the free packs they gave me, so I have like a level 90 Jacob Fatu. At a time when the highest that the game has at the moment is level 70. Which, by the way, has made it so, well, certain challenges are not a problem.
I like Jacob Fatu.
I have to make a confession, by the way, about Jacob Fatu. Wow. I said that he was good. I was wrong. He's fucking great, and he's better than he has any right to fucking be in the storyline that he's in, especially considering now they are really building that him versus Solo thing.
Yeah.
It's like, no, just fire Solo Sokoa. Like, at this, also, Nia Jax is a bit of a cunt these days.
Well, let's not,
No, she's like, look, she's just doing random roasts on Twitter against people who are clearly in a better position than she is. And it's like, you are doing this because The Rock is your cousin and you're not going to be fired for the horrible things you're saying. Because right after Cody lost the title, they had this like WrestleMania dinner thing where she just randomly stood up and started shitting all over Cody, his dad, and his legacy. Now, it might have been in character, but it's like, really? You really think this is the right time to do this shit? I mean, granted, Cody's back now, and that's good, but there's a lot of damage that needs to be undone.
I mean,
personally,
is the John Cena farewell tour, so...
I know, but the way that... You know, yeah, but you know how they should fix this? Have Cody kidnap John's dad and brutalize the fuck out of him on television. No, literally do a whole, like, in storyline, just like, I'm done. You seem to want to attack my family, attack my livelihood and everything else. Fine. Let's see how you like it, bitch.
I don't think that would be in character for Cody Rhodes.
No, but it'd be fun. You know what would make it funnier, though?
What?
If John Cena doesn't give a fuck about his dad being brutally murdered. Like, I still maintain, after all the stuff I've seen of John Cena, I don't think he's a human being at all anymore. I think he's just lost he's lost his light. Like, after seeing that, again, I know he was meant to be the good guy in the whole him and Nikki versus Miz and Maurice thing, but seriously, look at the connotations of what he's doing, and what Miz is doing, and what it implies, and the fact John is not punishing him for lying and exaggerating. He's punishing him for, you know, how dare you expose how terrible of a boyfriend I am. Yeah, no, because I mean, granted, Nikki Bella is not in a good spot right now. Like, the last time she turned up in any media, she is now having to pay $3,000 a month child support to her child, to her ex-boyfriend for their kid. She's not in a good position these days. And I don't know what kind of stuff, but I still feel sorry for her for what she had to put up with. Like, I always feel bad for when WWE force people into a storyline that's, you know, this is attacking them personally. Like,
yeah. Triple H doesn't seem to do that as much.
Yeah, but I think I've made it clear multiple times that my issue with, like, the Jake Roberts thing when they were making fun of him for being an alcoholic.
Yeah.
Like, this is not something to laugh at. The guy is trying to recover. And you're making Jerry Lawler come out here and pour booze over him.
Yeah.
And make fun of him for his struggle, or making fun of Hawk's actual, you know, Road Warrior Hawk, you know, his actual real life substance abuse issues. These aren't things to laugh at. Oh, or when they suddenly decided, you know what, you know what, Mickie James is put on like a pound. Let's shame her for it.
Yeah.
Which if Shotzi Blackheart and a couple of others did go by, that mentality has not gone away.
Yeah.
Because they're saying they're working their asses off and they're still getting body shamed backstage. Like, and they are working a ridiculous schedule just to stay in shape.
Yeah.
Like, those things are just not acceptable. Like, when you're making fun of someone's actual real life problems.
Yeah.
Like, I will, like, again, another one is Goldust's problems. Like, the problems he had with Dusty in the 90s, and they did make storyline out of that, but that was... Dustin wasn't exactly in the greatest frame of mind to begin with, so he was agreeing to all these things because he was coping poorly.
Yeah.
So, of course, he was going to do his whole weird Christmas gimp thing with Luna Vachon, which, unfortunately, you had to sit through some of that. Thankfully, you didn't have to sit through his whole pimp in blackface phase. You know, when Goldust had all the DLC.
Yeah.
Oh god! Oh, we're having. So this is our finale, is it? We're losing members as far, you know, the longer we go on.
Yeah. They're holding...
Oh, stay behind and hold. Oh, stay behind and hold them back while you go on. Okay, fine. You know, we could just deal with this since there's not that many of them, but sure, why not? Hey.
急ぎましょう。
I'm just gonna
Heal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna eat that tofu.
The spirit of fighter is with us.
Yeah.
Your spirits will fuel my fire. But yeah, Jacob is very good. And I know the problem was, hey, we've got this member of the Anoi family who's overwhelmingly talented for his size, is really popular and has an intensity to him.
Yeah.
That, like, again, if you are going to do a whole, this person is like the spiritual successor to Umaga, it ain't Solo Sokoa just because he hits people with his bloody thumb. Like, Solo Sokoa is nothing like Umaga, but Jacob has that natural intensity. I don't know how to explain it. It's like, he has this feral, wild man, like the actual thing the Anoi family's, like, dynasty was built on. And, yeah, I know it sounds bad when I say it like that, but again, if you look at what the wild Samoans actually were and how Samoans were treated in wrestling, the violent savage who, you know, their raw power and unpredictable movements.
No, I get what you're saying. You don't believe that from Solo Sokoa.
Solo Sokoa feels like someone who is more. It's like when you've got someone. Let's just say Tarzan has like that whole wild thing because he's raised by apes and he's got that whole thing, so he's been around it for long enough. And then he comes into modern society and they have a kid. And that kid is raised in that society, only hearing the stories of how Tarzan is. And then he goes into the jungle and tries to be like his dad, but you can tell that he's been domesticated, for lack of a better word. That's what I get from Solo Sokoa, is that he's a domesticated, normal guy just trying to imitate one of his family members.
Well, to be fair to him, when he was doing the new Bloodline stick, I kind of bought him as like a mob boss style character, but not the tribal chief.
The mob boss stuff. He's always come across to me as like desperate, because one of the problems you create with adding too many family members into a thing, like, again, it's a problem with having 9% of your roster be related to you, is there's only so many spots at the top, and you're going to have to fight for those spots. And you're going to have to stand out a lot. Like, the Usos have their own thing. Oh, God, he got... Oh! Knife in the leg!
Oh, now shit's getting real. I know who that is.
Hiroshi? Secrets are funny things. They only stay secret because someone works to keep them that way. Yeah. The mask's kind of pointless now, isn't it?
Yeah.
People should go digging around in other people's business. You made it my business when Haruka got involved, so that's kind of, who's interfering in whose business? The point is that, again, there's so many of the Samoan family involved that Solo is going to have to compete. Now, unfortunately, the Guerrillas of Destiny have kind of gone really far down the card. I mean, they're not even around right now.
Isn't one of them injured or something?
I think Tangaloa's injured, but Tamatonga is still active. But the last time I saw him was when they were helping him fight Braun Strowman. And Jacob's whole thing is, I don't need your help, I can do this without you. And he's kind of proven that.
He has.
He's proven he can do it. And he's over as fuck. But they're doing the whole, I love you thing. I mean, also, I have to give credit to them. As a family, the stories you hear about the Samoan family, and they're like, okay, you guys are wonderful. Because at the time, I've mentioned before that they keep having kids. And at one point, Yokozuna was the WWF champion, and Rikishi was, you know, just far too. And he wasn't making enough money to keep the heat on, apparently. Like, he was very low down on the card, and at one point he's riding with him, because obviously you ride with your family if you can. If you're working together, it just makes sense. And at one point, Yokozuna just literally asks him, what's wrong? And he mentions they've just had a kid, and they can't the wife hasn't got enough money for the heating, and it's freezing where they are. So Yoko literally cuts a massive check, like just gives him a blank check, and hands it to him and just tells him, you know, put what you need on there. Yeah, you gotta love him for that. I mean, the thing you can't love him for is when he's told that where WWE are like, look, we are concerned about your health because we can't have you dying on our watch, and you put on too much weight, so we need you to lose a bit of weight. And Yoko's response is literally, yeah, you see, here's the problem. I'm actually trying to become the heaviest wrestler ever. And like, then we cannot work with you. So they fire him, and he spends the next few years on the indies, and in like 2000, he passes away in Liverpool. In a hotel, because he's like close to like 700 plus pounds at that point. I think his aim apparently was to go to like 900.
That's not a good goal to have. Like...
It is not. It is not. Okay, so QTE time, huh?
Yeah. I haven't managed to play much Player Obscure lately, so I haven't had as much practice with precise timing as I would have.
I like how they are really obsessed with that 33.
Yeah.
Like, that's the maximum level of your weapons.
Well, the whole game is really stylized, isn't it?
Like, again, I really want you to get as far as you can in it when you can. I mean, if you have to spend all of tomorrow, most of tomorrow doing that, I would recommend just get as far as you can. Just because the story is worth it. It's more of a... It's not for my convenience, it's that this story is good enough that I honestly want your opinion.
No, I believe you.
On how it handles.
Oh, you're doing the glowy thing? I can do that too, motherfucker! That's been a good addition to these games, is to let you do the glowy thing too.
You want to do a power-up? I'll show you a fucking power-up.
Down he goes.
Oh. But yeah, I don't have a major issue with the Samoan family, though I do think there is it is a problem to hire so many of them to one company, because ultimately it cripples the rest of the roster, because you've clearly got favoritism towards the Samoans in general, well, that particular family. But then you also create the problem that they've got to compete with each other.
I mean, there are two different bloodline factions.
Well, no, there isn't really, because Roman doesn't have one.
Oh yeah,
remember, Cody's statement became true. He's not a chief. He's a chief without a tribe, because Jimmy and Jay are not part of that anymore, and they can't be, because Roman's never around. Roman's literally not turned up since WrestleMania. He's done for a while, and he's not planning to be here, like be on television and be in the company on a consistent basis. So, and Jay's already in his main event thing, trying, like desperately trying at this point. Jimmy just exists. I think he's tag team forever, but they also cannot put the belt on him or put anything important on him because of his whole, he's banned from entering certain countries. I mean, technically so is Jacob, but Jacob's is nowhere near as severe as Jimmy's.
And this is the secret of Onomichi.
Wow. I mean, I hope that Jimmy, by the way, I really hope they turn Jimmy, with Jacob Fatu face. Like, because they have to at this point.
I mean,
They're
he's
setting
too
up.
over.
He's too over, and they've literally just brought in Jeff Cobb as his, as part of the bloodline for some reason.
They've called him JC Mateo.
Yeah. But yeah, they brought him back, but brought him into the company. They're playing off the fact that Jacob has history with him, and they're also playing off the whole, look, family ties are keeping us together, but I want to do my own thing, and I think Solo's been having Solo in terms of his story has been, I could not beat Roman Reigns. I could not. My bloodline failed to beat Roman. My guys keep losing, and the only member of my family that's still winning and is on my side is Jacob. So I'm manipulating him for as long as I can, but he's starting to show resistance. So I think at Money in the Bank, when they actually do that thing, I think Solo is going to turn on Jacob.
Yeah.
Well, they're setting it up perfectly. Oh. To be more accurate, this is the Yamato Mark II. Most classified military secret in Japan. Ah. And all those guns.
Look at all those guns. And Seb's not here anymore.
I know! Oh no, in a couple of years' time, this ship will probably be waifu'd by Azure Lane. No, I actually learned way more about naval history through their characterization than I really should have.
Yeah.
No, like, I know, because of that stupid gacha game, I unfortunately know about how the Japanese military had to basically shut down some of their battleships and convert some of them into into aircraft carriers.
Yeah.
So they had to remove the guns, but one of the things they had is they had a ship called the Amagi. I think it was the Amagi. It's one of them. And the thing is, the ship never worked properly. Like, there was always structural damage to it. But it was one of their strongest battleships, despite the fact it was fragile as fuck. So the way that Azure Lane portrays it, it's a ship girl who's got terminal cancer. So she's dying. And in the real world, they stripped her of parts because it was too expensive to rebuild the ship and fix all of the problems, as well as convert it into an aircraft carrier. So they removed the parts to build two other ships.
Right.
And that's how they portray it in the gacha game, is that she dies, but it's implied parts of her are used to strengthen her sisters, which is technically what happened in the real world. Though I disagree with the Graf Zeppelin being a ship and not an actual fucking Zeppelin. Sorry for a bit of ship history, but...
No problem at all.
Fucking boats! I mentioned a Zeppelin and fucking Seb isn't here. Did you go, I prefer the Zeppelin? We all do, Seb. We all do.
I mean, it's a literal airship.
Look, Seb, if Seb does ever listen to this, I have that dream of I want to fly over a country while Ride of the Valkyries is playing. Just to scare the living shit out of everybody. But here's the thing, I won't drop bombs on people. I will drop slices of feta cheese. Why? Why not? It'll be fucking hilarious. Because then all the world leaders will question it and you'll get them going, this ship invaded our airspace and attacked us. What? How many people died? Well, nobody. Wait, so they survived the bombing? The bombing was nothing but cheese. And dairy triangles. Do you think there's a metaphor in this? Like, what are they trying to tell us? Maybe it's code, and you just got that one person who's like, could it just be a crazy person bought a Zeppelin and just dumped cheese to be funny? That's preposterous, there's clearly a code here! What country is associated with cheese, mostly? Switzerland? They're planning an invasion of Switzerland. Or he's just a crazy person dropping cheese because he can. That's so we of course Kiryu Kazuma would reveal, you know, the secrets. If this game was set in America, they'd somehow switch this so somehow he's uncovered the conspiracy of JFK. Or cyborg technology to bring back Abe Lincoln. Which, in a Yakuza game, I honestly, with everything else, I wouldn't be surprised, considering they have actual robots.
Yeah.
And, you know, gimp wrestlers.
And giant Roombas.
Yeah, giant Roombas, giant squids.
Yeah.
Oh, and that one side mission in Like a Dragon with aliens. Oh, they were stealing the cows.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Right, we'll be playing the PS4 version of Yakuza Like a Dragon because I can't carry over save data to the PS5 version.
That's fine. That is fine.
I decided it best to kill them all.
I mean, no loose ends, right? Am I right?
Yeah.
Am I right? Tell me!
Tell me!
Yeah.
いくら親の命令だろうが、あんたは一体。
別に分かってくれなんて言いやし。
Yeah, it's making the news. Yeah, a WWE star wins a TNA World Title.
親も親戚も死んで焼け野原になった広島でよ。俺はグレン隊作って。
What? Secondly, the fuck?
俺がまだ14の時だ。ある日、仲間の一人が妙なこと言い出した。
Oh yeah, I also think I might have fixed the Discord problem for it kicking me out.
Yeah.
I've been using it on my phone, but the problem is my phone likes to time out.
Ah.
So what I've done is I put it on my newer tablet,
right,
and it seems to be keeping me in the chat longer without the screen going dark.
Yeah. So when you look for a laptop, are you looking for one that can run games?
Looking for one that I can write stuff, but I can also play games. Yes.
Because I asked because I'm having a movie night tonight with the friend that built me my PC. I could ask for recommendations on your behalf if you want.
It would be suggesting that tonight you play Claire Obscura and you get further in the story, you lazy fuck. Only because, again, it's taking you a long time to suddenly go, oh, I've got the fourth character. Sweet. I haven't met, but I haven't met Francois yet. That literally happens like 5 minutes after.
Dude, I got 5 streams a week. I've still got those Sherlock Holmes stories to listen to and wrestling to keep caught up with.
Yeah, how are you not dead?
I don't know.
Yeah, I know I get that question a lot of how the fuck am I even alive? I usually use the Eddie response of I may very well not be. I think I'm just like a functioning corpse.
Oi.
Oh, Vetra's decided to join us. And by that I mean she's literally sitting on the couch and curled up.
We're at 2 hours 40, so you might be finishing this after all.
Well, you say that, but it's coming up to 2... I've got to leave at like 2:30 or 2:40.
Oh, is Nicole at school today?
Yeah, the little one's at school, apparently.
Oh, I thought it was a bank holiday Monday.
So did I, but apparently it's not up here.
Oh. Fuck, if I'd known I wouldn't have bothered going to the shop and we could have started sooner. Sorry about that.
Doesn't matter, it's okay if you finish it.
Well, if you've got to go at 2:40, do you want to tag in for a bit now?
Is there really any point while the cutscene's going on?
I suppose not.
Yeah, it's not really a point, considering that by the time this cutscene ends, I'll probably have to leave. Time to leave, Cash Chucker!
Oh no! Oh.
Now let's get a lowercase one. Yeah.
I think one of the best and most prescient, well, I don't know if prescient is the word, but one of the best recent episodes of South Park was the school shooting one where Sharon is the lone voice of reason.
The only sane one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, again, I still think the most complex character in all of South Park, and I've argued this with Alex, is Mr. Garrison.
Most versatile, certainly.
He's one of the most aware people in all of South Park, but he's also one of the most insane. He's been every demographic you can think of. He's been on all sides of the spectrum. But the one thing
they need him to be at the time, really.
Well, that's the thing. Because so season 1 to 2, Mr. Garrison. The joke of Mr. Garrison was he wasn't teaching regular curriculum, which made people until you learn why he does what he does, you'd think he's just a terrible teacher. Because he's not teaching actual curriculum, the actual curriculum. He's teaching, like, television or what he considers life skills, like when he's making them watch Barnaby Jones. I still love that one line, like, are you paying attention? Mr. Garrison, we've been watching nothing but reruns of Barnaby Jones for the last 6 weeks. Yeah, it's hard to pay attention. Oh, how about you don't... Okay, don't you... How about, okay, Stan, how about you don't pay attention to Barnaby Jones and see how far you get in society? But then, of course, he's also extremely homophobic, but the joke is that Mr. Hat seems to be his anchor? I don't know what you'd say, because Dr. Katz, who was also another character that was in another show.
He turned out to be a closet case, was why the homophobia.
Yeah, well, again, that's what I was getting to. Dr. Katz, who was a character that was in another Comedy Central show, like this was the crossover, literally dissected him perfectly, and just went, see, the thing is that you are gay, but you're in denial, so you act out your gay persona with a homosexual puppet. But then before he can say anything else to Miss Garrison, he's killed by the firework.
Yeah.
Then as time goes on, Mr. Twig turns up, and then there's that whole confliction between them. Then by season 3, he's come out of the closet, but he is more aware of, like, the real world in some regard. Like when because Chef was the voice of reason. Like, he was the one sane adult in a town full of insane characters.
Yeah.
But they went to Mr. Garrison when it came to dealing with the succubus. Nowadays, Mr. Garrison's fit in differently. Like, the best example I could give is that one where Cartman wants to use the girls' bathroom and he's using all this stuff that Principal Victoria should know about, but because it is a recent thing in media, you can forgive a bit of the ignorance. But also because Cartman is Cartman. So it's hard to take anything Cartman says seriously when you're okay, when it comes to dealing with Cartman and you're a teacher, you're of two minds. On one hand, you know he's doing it for nefarious reasons, but you also know he has done enough research, because if Cartman has one thing to his character, he's another complex character, he will research enough to exploit something.
Even if not a little bit more.
Yeah, it's one of the things. You can't study and get good grades for school, but you can study the German language for racism reasons. You can learn history, and you can learn about current events in how to exploit it. Because that's the thing. He even it's the best summed up by that whole Christian rock band thing, when they say, "You don't know anything about Christian music. I know enough about it to exploit it." Literally word for word what he says.
Yeah,
so it's like, you know, when he starts saying, "Oh, you know, I'm trans ginger," which again is just Cartman misunderstanding the word because he's an idiot. And then they go to Mr. Garrison and he has to explain it. And they try to...
It's not worth fighting him on this, as I remember the vibe of it.
Well, the vibe is, he explains what it is and why it's a big deal. And when they say, "But it's Cartman," and it's summed up best by, he's like, they don't know that. The media don't know that. Just let him have what he wants. Again, it's something that Craig has said multiple times. Like Craig saying, just give him half. Look, I like you, but you are not going to win this. Just be grateful he's only asking for half. Because it will escalate, which it does.
Yeah.
It does. Because he does the mental gymnastics to make himself more important, because that's what Cartman does. But Mr. Garrison knows it as well. Like, look, the media, they don't care. And they don't know Cartman is Cartman and what he does. They will see it as, if we try to resist him, even the slightest, it will come down and become a shit show you do not want to deal with. Just let him have this. Because that's what I mean by him being aware. Like, Mr. Garrison is aware of why Cartman is doing what he's doing, what he wants, but he also knows why it's not. Why, even though he's wrong, and the teachers are right to try and resist Cartman and see that he's clearly trying to mess around with them, or trying to just exploit them to get what he wants, it's not worth the fight, because it will just end up badly for all of them. But we all knew Cartman was bullshitting, because as soon as Wendy does the same thing, he gets upset.
Yeah.
Because Cartman literally wants the world to have what he wants. Again, another thing that was emphasised in the Cthulhu episode. He wants the world to be better for him. It's what he wants. He doesn't care about anybody else or what they want.
Yeah.
Which is a shame, because they did do an episode where he showed a little bit of empathy with the whole ass-faced people.
Yeah.
The Thompsons.
Yeah, I remember. He couldn't laugh anymore. And he
couldn't laugh.
Just seen something so funny that he blew a funny fuse and just couldn't laugh anymore.
Yeah.
But no, the problem was he felt guilty.
But yeah, Cartman does have empathy for animals, though. That is that is something they've done a few times. Like, he has empathy for certain animals, specifically if he owns them or if they're cats.
Yeah.
Because, you know, he literally
in that one episode.
Yeah, the Anne Frank stuff with the cats, which was very uncomfortable, by the way.
Yeah.
But was funnier by the whole, and you don't see any other thing in human history that mimics this. No, not really.
Oh, that reminds me, you will laugh at this. Because I listen to audiobooks and read along, sometimes I have to put some black screen video on YouTube so that my screen doesn't go dark, because then the audio quality screws up. And one of them was called, I'm getting black screen videos recommended on my front page YouTube now, and one of them was a 24-hour one that was called A Day in the Life of Anne Frank.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh God. But yeah, Mr.
No. Damn it. Sorry, I made a Clerks. Boom, boom.
Oh.
A Day in the Life of Helen Keller was what it was called.
Oh God, yeah, you did it. God damn it. But yeah, Mr. Garrison's one of the most complex, because again, he's been everything and done everything, and as you say, he's now in that position where he can be anything, but he can also be, in the worst way possible. Mr. Garrison is also one of the worst voices of reasons because he's very...
That was very embarrassing what I just did.
Yeah, it is. But again, his whole thing is he takes a much more cynical look at the what's actually he's a more cynical take on reality in some cases, because Mr. Garrison just does not give a fuck about who he upsets. Like he was like again before the whole Trump thing with him. He was one of the first characters and one of the only ones, apart from Jimmy, to stand up to PC Principle, which, again, I still love the whole thing with PC Principle and the whole... him being progressive, but he's willing to physically injure people. And then as soon as it comes to Jimmy, he doesn't know what the fuck to do. He's like, I'm gonna break his legs! Who the fuck wrote this? Jimmy, and it just looks at him and he doesn't know what to do because his usual method of harming people. I mean, he put Cartman in hospital quite badly for using mafioso talk. And he doesn't know what to do with Jimmy. Jimmy's disabled. And then he has that argument that me and my sister have had multiple times. Like, we've had that exact conversation, like, multiple times.
Yeah.
Yeah, over the use of the R word. And I just love that Jimmy doesn't give a fuck, and I love how he twists it, like, what, do you feel uncomfortable around disabled people? It's cool. It's okay. No, I don't feel that. What do I do? What do I do? Because, again, my sister has done the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Also, what the fuck even is PC Principle? Because wasn't he meant to be like an ad? Like an ad given sentience?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Because I remember that his whole thing was that he was in that thing with Leslie, who was an ad given human form.
Yeah. By the way, have you been following any of this?
Somewhat. I remember this because I remember the last boss. I remember it. I remember a lot of it being World War II secret, because of course Hiroshima, World War II. Of course it would have to be.
Yeah. I hope you
and the whole
you've done. You have rendered their deaths meaningless.
Oh, for God.
I mean,
all
no, you don't get to put that on me. You're the one who fucking killed them.
Not just that. All of this started because they ran over Haruka. Follow me on this. If Haruka had not been run over, we would not be standing here or doing anything.
Well, Kiryu would never have come to Onomichi.
This would never have happened. Everything would be fine. And this whole thing, all you had to do was leave a woman and her child alone. That's the funny thing as well. A lot of the problems in Yakuza could be solved with, will this cause Kiryu Kazuma to be involved? If the answer is yes, don't do it. Don't do the thing that brings him, because look at this. Oh, I ran over, a woman was run over and we don't know who the father is. That's it. This is Maury Povich levels. You pull this into military fucking, like, classifications.
I mean, it's like that domino meme, isn't it? The first one is Haruka gets run over, and the last one is like an 80-year-old conspiracy involving a battleship gets on Earth.
Look, I'm just saying that again. I know Yakuza has a shit where it escalates. Escalate where Yakuza just, escalates to a ridiculous degree. I know that's a thing they do. But this is ridiculous even by their standards of, look, Haruka got ran over. Okay, we just need to find out. And I could deal with the whole, Haruka's connected to if you'd just done, Haruka's connected to Kiryu, so therefore someone tried to take her out to try and mess with him. I mean, that would be simple. But now you're going on to literally, yeah, a baby has... We were trying to kill a baby because somehow it will endanger this whole thing.
Because the baby is the heir to the Chinese mafia.
Yeah.
Well, or the baby daddy is the heir to the Chinese mafia.
All you had to do was kill the baby daddy and leave the mother alone. That's it. Okay, how many times has the Chinese mafia been destroyed by Kiryu?
Several.
And most of the time, it's not even because he wants to, it's because it's literally, okay, in order to get a little bit of peace, I have to get rid of you. Nothing personal, but I am literally going to extinction you. That's how most of these situations happen, is look, leave this thing alone. If it has the smallest tie, like if it's a shop that he went to once, or it's a person he ran into on the beach and he helped them get a coconut. If they've had the slightest bit of interaction with Kiryu, don't touch them. Leave them alone.
I realise that might be a little limiting in some cases, but trust me, it's not worth the trouble.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that Kiryu has seen and done so much. We joke about the side stories, but you can seriously tell me, like, even if it's again, imagine someone hits the immigrant that he gave helped get the visa to, or the dominatrix that he taught how to be a proper dom.
Yeah.
Anything happens to them, there is the smallest chance Kiryu might become involved. I'm just saying that there's a whole pie chart you could make. Yeah, like one of those overlapping pie things.
Yeah.
Oh,
you mean a Venn diagram?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, one of them, and it should always be like, did they have some relationship with Kiryu in some way? If the answer to any of that is yes, he is very likely going to come for you. With fists of vengeance raining upon you like a bag of cocks.
And Kiryu's a very principled man, is the thing.
He is.
Like, a Yakuza he may be, but he's the old school type of Yakuza who, you know...
He's old school Yakuza with honour and pride and dignity and donuts.
Yes.
There's a Muki Lucha reference for you.
Oh, yeah.
I killed your dad.
Lucha. That was a show.
But your fathers are dead. Dead. And it's ironic, isn't it, Ollie? He took down all of the dads, only to be taken down by the daddiest dad of all.
Yeah.
Irony can be so ironic.
Okay.
So again, I want to emphasize again, this Kiryu is involved because of Haruka getting hit by a car. That's it. That's what started all of this. Look, Kiryu's the only person I know
because
who could go...
the child's mother just happens to be the adopted daughter of the Dragon of Dojima.
Look, Kiryu's the only person who could, like, Taichi goes and gets a bad burger and gets food poisoning, and somehow visiting him and, you know, then checking the place somehow leads to a massive conspiracy somehow connected to the Yakuza that's using fast food to distribute some specialized drug that turns people into samba dancers or some shit.
And he finds this out because the leader of the hospital he goes to happens to be connected to them, so he finds the end of the thread there.
Yeah, you see, it's one simple line. Okay, it's kind of like you're walking down a straight line, and you think, okay, I just need to do this one thing and it'll be fine. But then you go into the equivalent of fucking Lidl.
Yeah.
And there's too much there, and then by the end of it, you've come out with way more than you expected.
Yeah.
Not the greatest metaphor, but I had to throw in a Little Richard moment.
Yeah. Little Richard.
Yeah, whose entire character is just he goes to Lidl for one thing and ends up getting a load of stuff that's really cheap. Not because he needs it, but because it's cheap. God, he looks fucking. He looks like he's got the face of a slapped ass. I've known about this secret for 40 years. Oh joy, everyone but Kiryu. Also, these games do a good job of showing how the smaller communities of Japan seem to hate the rest of them.
Yeah.
The mainlanders. I mean, remember the whole thing with Yakuza 3 and the filthy mainlanders?
Yeah.
Not understanding our luck or ways.
I love how you've just pitched Okinawa as Japanese Ireland.
Well, it isn't Ireland. It is Ireland. Not well. Ireland is part of the UK. Well, the top half is Northern Ireland. Yeah, Northern Ireland. I'll be correct. I might put myself above a Tory politician right there. Ooh, burn. But they are. It is, it is effectively an island. Right next to England, is it not?
It is.
And they don't tend to like people from England, do they not?
They do not. Well, I mean, why would they?
Well, yeah, obviously, but Okinawa is an island still in Japan, is it not?
It is.
That has its own local customs and does not like the mainland, like the main parts of Japan or the people from it, do they?
Well, I mean, Yakuza 3 would posit that they don't.
This is the thing with rural and smaller communities, though. They generally, it's more of a lifestyle thing and a culture thing than anything else, because the rural communities, and I know this from obviously living in one, they tend to retain their culture a lot better than the more industrialized parts of a country. It's why you'll have places that still have festivals and things that are like local traditions, like you don't get many local traditions in, say, like Nuneaton or Coventry or anything, unless very, very, very specific. But say you'll go to, say, a very small village and they'll have like some local custom that's very specific to them. But they retain it easier because they're a smaller community and therefore it's passed down a little easier. And Okinawa is similar. I mean, you'd think Karate Kid 2 would have taught you that.
Yeah.
With the whole Mr. Miyagi having to explain to Daniel that, how Okinawa is, and it's just like, this is just the Okinawa way.
Yeah.
It's kind of like how Majima has that whole thing with the Kansai thing. Like, there's a whole issue with the Kansai district and other parts of Japan.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're from this part of the country. Well, we do things differently here. We put our burgers on top of our cheese on our, we put our burger patties on top of our cheese, and is it not the other way round? You weirdos. It'll be like some small thing like that, like, oh yeah, you have a hot dog, but we put the sauce on the bun, not on the actual hot dog. And they'll think you're weird for just doing that. Like, you'll just get a hot dog and you'll pour it on the actual like meat, and they'll be like, oh, that's not how we do it in Okinawa. Or that's not how we do it in, Wiltshire.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just saying that local customs are like as small and minute as that. Like, oh, they'll do something like, oh, you don't drink this before you drink that, or, oh, we have this local, way of treating a cold or something. It's the point I'm getting to, long-windedly, is that Japan has different sections of it that actively dislike other parts of it for very small reasons. And in Okinawa's case, it's literally because they are a fishing island, if nothing else. Like, they have a very specific way that they keep their economy going. They're smaller, which you might have noticed by the Yakuza family there in Yakuza 3.
Yeah.
But, they're very hostile towards Kiryu because Kiryu is a mainlander that moved over there. And the thing with smaller communities is they are very protective, especially when it comes to new faces. It's not just exclusive to them though, it is just a thing that smaller communities do. It's like why I was terrified when I first moved up here, they were going to chase me out with pitchforks.
Well, no, but you've integrated by now, haven't you?
Oh yeah, I integrated. I took my time, but I integrated pretty fast. It did help, by the way, that a lot of the people in the village were very, very, very old. And they passed a lot of their properties over to their kids, so new families were moving in, so it wasn't so I don't want to say gatekeeping, but
I mean, I know what you mean.
Yeah, you know exactly what I mean. It wasn't such a protective culture.
Ah.
Oh, look, he's had a tattoo done. Congrats. After doing that speech about how he did, yeah,
I'm not sure that's the same guy.
No, it was. It was the guy who said he doesn't believe in having the tattoos because they're an old, outdated thing.
No, that was no, that wasn't the same guy. That was the guy who had dinner with him.
He was at the dinner.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he mentioned he doesn't believe in the tattoos. I'm pretty sure it was that guy.
Was it?
I'm pretty sure it was. But then again, this is a series that has a lot of that's an old Yakuza custom. We don't do that anymore. Like the whole thing with the cutting off the finger in Yakuza 4.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we don't do that anymore. Okay, I've got to start getting ready to go.
Okay, I will hold down the fort. We will likely still be going by the time you get back.
Alright.
I will hold the fort. I won't hold down the fort. What are you... What? Hold down the fort?
You are having a bad day. You are having a bad day. But I wish you the best of luck. And I'll see you in about 20-30 minutes.
Yep. See you soon. I will... Yeah, you were right. Cutscenes did not end by the time you had to go.
失礼します。
戦艦を暴いた男、桐生一馬を始末しろ。俺にはもう時間がねえ。だがそれまでにケリをつけられたなら、お前もクロス立てる女のるがいい。
承知しました。
はるか、広瀬のおやつさん死んじまったって。だけどよ、せめてお前だけは目覚ましてくんねえかな。頼むよ。伊達さん、ちょっと起きて。はるかが医者呼んでくれ、早く。
She lives. Well, she was alive anyway, and subsequent games confirm that she does in fact survive this one.
ねえ、南雲くんも少しでいいから食べて。
ダメなんじゃ、キヨちゃん。わしらはも
う。店長、モレノですけど、今日は開けんでええですか？
おう。いや、明日も明後日も休みにしとけや。
純子、おにぎりくれや。
ええよ。
昨夜、尾道神外町の岩見造船所に浮上した戦艦は全長300メートルを超えるもので、史上最大と言われた戦艦大和を上回る大きさです。造船所を所有する岩見造船では、この戦艦がいつどのように建造されたのかわからないとし、内部調査チームを結成。しかるべき調査の後、会見を開く予定ですが、その日程は後日改めて通知するとのことで、社内でも混乱が続いている模様です。
ユータからの電話だった。はるかの意識が戻ったそうだ。少しだが口も聞けるようになったらしい。
ほんまですか？
ほうか。そりゃよかったですの。
はるかちゃんが。
桐生さん、よかった。
こんな時にすまない
な。何言うとるんですか？謝ることなんて何も。
南雲。
わしはのう兄貴、今自分がどんな気持ちなんかようわからんのじゃ。おやっさんが死に際に言ったことが耳を離れん。本当はお前らに殺されてやりたかった言うて。ほいじゃけど、もしもっと前にわしらの父親殺したんがおやっさんじゃ言われても、わしはあん人を殺しちゃろうとは思わんかったはずじゃ。なんでわしらおやっさんのこと親の敵じゃ言うて恨めんのじゃろうの。
わしもじゃ、頭。父親が死んだ時、わしはまだ小学生じゃ。その日のこともよう覚えとらん。わしが親父いう言葉で浮かぶんは広瀬のおやっさんの顔だけじゃ。
父親のおらんようになったわしらをおやっさんはほんまにようしてくれた。杯受けて一番嬉しかったんは、堂々とあん人をおやっさんと呼べるようになったことじゃ。
お前らと広瀬の親分はそれだけ絆ってやつでつながってたんだ。確かに親分だって初めは罪滅ぼしと思ってお前らの面倒を見てたのかもしれねえ。だが一緒にいた長い時間がそれ以上の気持ちを親分に芽生えさせていた。そうでなきゃあの人はクルスの命令通り戦艦の前でお前たちをさえ殺そうとしたはずだ。俺にはお前らの存在が親分の呪縛を解いたように見えたがな。
頭、松永の兄貴。
おいじゃ、やっぱりわしらおやっさんのために泣いてええんじゃな。
桐生だ。
今近くに来てるんですが、会えますかね、4代目。
お前染谷か。
ええ、お知らせしときたいことがあるんです。フェリー乗り場で待ってますから。
おい待て。
Take me to a dock. No doubt he intended to say doctor, but wasn't able to complete his sentence as he had died. Okay. What a coupon. Black market merchant. Shouldn't go to the dock. Apparently there's no karaoke in Onomichi, which is unfortunate.
あれが尾道の秘密ってやつですか。恐れ入りましたね。
お前一人か。
ええ、ご覧の通りですよ、4代目。
何の用だ。
まずはお悔やみ申し上げます。広瀬一家の総長が亡くなられたとか。尾道はお揺れですね。もうお聞きかどうか、自殺ってことです。
何。
まあ
まさか岩見恒夫か。
お知らせしたいことがあると言ったでしょう。
それじゃあ岩見恒夫も。
40年前からです。で、昨べ来栖健の口を塞いだことで大道寺から陽明少し甘く見せ。岩見恒夫は俺は6代目が不在のうちに菅井を消して登場界の手。しかし菅井のバックに岩見がついている以上。
なんでお前はそこまで俺に話す。今度の狙いは。
信用できねえとは思いますがね。俺はあんたを大道寺から4代目を消すようあの2人に指示が出されています。尾道の秘密を危険にさらしたあんたを大道寺が許すわけ。追い先短いことでかえってなりふり構わねえ動きになっている。あなたもそれに広瀬一家も的にかける。
なんだと。
この町にいる限り陽明連合会はいくらでも兵隊を送り込んできますよ。広島中のヤクザが集まってきます。いくら4代目でも数で攻めてこられりゃなぶり殺しにされるだけだ。あんたにはそんな死に方されたくないんですよ。俺が今ここにいるのも菅井から4代目を殺すように言われてのことです。菅井は岩見恒夫に登場界を丸ごと身売りする気でいます。広島の傘下になったら登場界は今とは別物。6代目が無所から出てきてもそのトップの椅子に座り続けようって腹だ。どうしようもねえ小物ですよ、あの菅井ってじじいは。菅井は沢村遥と赤ん坊のことも探しています。しばらくはどこか遠くで一緒に隠れることをお勧めしますよ。
染谷、一応礼を言っておく。
忘れてもらって結構です。俺が登場会取る時が来たらあんたとは蹴りつけさせてもらいますから。そう長くは待たせませんよ。
おこっちじゃ。桐生がおったと。弾取ったれや。取ったもんは今日から幹部じゃ。死ぬ気で殺したれ。
らせ。
Literally. Nope. Oh, that guy wasn't actually part of the fight. Oh, God.
財布がない。すられたか。止まれ。止まれ。止まれ。お前。俺の財布盗んだだろ。時間食っちまった。お前が盗んだものは返してもらうぞ。無事か。
なんじゃ兄貴、蘇我血相会で。
ママたちは。
いや、もう帰りましたけど。
そうか。大丈夫だとは思うが、一応連絡してやってくれ。少しの間、この町を離れてもらった方が良さそうだ。陽明連合会と東上会が俺たちを的にかけてる。尾道の秘密を暴いたことが。大道。
わかり、モレノにはわしが電話する。兄貴、客が来よったで。本件あんなら造船所で懲りた思っとった。
いや、ぐずぐずし広島中の極道が。
女子らには連絡しときましたっけ。
お前らと一緒なら切り抜けられる。連中にうちの組に手出したことを後悔させてやれ。
兄貴おっしゃやったれ。この喧嘩はおやっさんに捧げるんじゃ。
Yeah.
くそったれが。
外を見ててくれ。ユータに連絡を取る。
ユータに？
登場会がハルカたちのことも探している。連中は本気だ。警察病院も安全とは言い切れない。
田頭、本家の連中が来るかもしれん。外を見張っとれ。
兄貴っすか？ユータです。
ああ、そっちに異常はねえか？
異常ってことはないですけど。ああ、そういやハルトが物に捕まらねえで一人で立ったんです。もうすぐ歩き出しそうっ
す。そうか。伊達さんはそばにいるか？
え
え。ならこう伝えてくれ。またハルカたちをどこか別の安全なところに移動させてほしいと。カムロ町からなるべく遠く。東京からも出た方がいい。
そうは言っても警察病院より安全なところって。それにはるかちゃんも意識が戻っただけで体中怪我してますし、今すぐには動かせませんよ。
確かにな。分かった。とにかく俺もすぐそっちに向かう。だが伊達さんにはもっと安全な隠れ家を探すように進めてもらってくれ。
わかりました。
聞いてたな。俺はカムロ町に行く。南雲、お前らはどうする？
わしらも行きます。はるかちゃんと坊ちゃんを守らにゃ。おやっさんもそうせい言うとりますけ。
分かった。
わしらもちいと準備がありますけ。下手すりゃもうこの土地には戻ってこれんようになります。兄貴もやり残しがないようにしといてつかさい。後でアパートの方へお迎えに上がりますわ。
いらっしゃいませ。
うまいな。
ありがとうございました。
うまいな。
ありがとうございました。
Let's,
うまいな。さあ行くか。
ありがとうございました。
just eat like an anime protagonist, and then up some stats. So I've got one stat I can still do that with.
しばらく寝てろ。
Right. So this is the point where... Oh, can I? No. Right, I'll make a save here. In case I do want to do any of the extra stuff another time. But... no, that wasn't what I was supposed to do. Go to Camarocho, that'll be it. Of course.
なるほどの。これがカムロ町ですか。はあ。
タバコはいけんど、高頭。よう覚えとけ。わしらの町とは違うんじゃ。行儀をしとけ。のう、兄貴。
南雲は二人をセレナに案内してやってくれ。俺はタクシー拾って警察病院へ行く。
なんじゃ、桐生の兄貴。わしら東京まで来て留守番ですかい。
余計なことを言うな、高頭。桐生の兄貴はな、これから何年ぶりかで遥ちゃんに会うんじゃ。少しは遠慮せえ。
悪いな。 南雲、オンに切る。
いいんじゃ。戻りは遅くなっても構いませんけ。ごゆっくり。
かしこまりました。それでは出発いたします。
兄貴。
おじさん。
俺少し出てますから。
いや、いいんだ。お前もいてくれ。お前が目覚ましたら説教してやろうと思ってた。黙って姿消したお前を俺も朝顔の子供たちも死ぬほど心配した。他にも話したいことは山ほどあったはずなんだ。なのによ、こうして生きているお前の顔を見たらもう何から話していいのか分かりゃしね
おじさん。ごめんなさい。
え。秋山、
おかえりなさい、桐生さん。よく無事でしたね。伊達さんたちと一緒に遥ちゃんたちをかくまう場所を探してたんです。急ぎだそうで。
どうかいい場所は見つかりそうか。
そこそこのところは。
相手は陽明連合会と東上会のトップだ。連中の目から完全に遥たちを隠し切りたい。
なるほど。それが相手となると少し心もとないかもしれません。逃げる先を転々と変えるべきでしょうね。
おじさん。
ん？
おじさんはまた私のせいで危ない目に遭ってるの？
いや、そうじゃない。何にしろ色々あってな。今狙われてんのは俺だ。俺のせいでお前らを危険に巻き込んじまってる。だが必ず何とかする。お前やハルト、そしてユータが一緒に暮らせるようにな。
いや、でもそれは遥ちゃんがもし望むならの話で。
ゆうたくん。なんで私がそれを望まないと思うの？
いいのか？
ねえ、桐生さん。俺らもしかしてここにいるの邪魔なんじゃありません？あ、本当に出るんですか？冗談ですって。
ちょっと兄貴。
一本電話をかけてくる。
電話ってどちらに？
染谷だ。 桐生だ。
ええ。4代目は今どちらで？
のんびり話してる暇はね
あいにく岩見の居所は分かりません。ただ最上階を事務所。
そうか。
待ってください。菅井と青木ですか？話し合ってどうこうなる岩見恒夫は4代目の首を手土産に大道寺を後ろ盾につける気だ。連中にしてみりゃ取引のあんたはせめて大道寺がくたばるまでは逃げの一手です。どうせもう何日も持ちません。
俺一人だけなら身を隠すこともできる。だが俺の身
だとしたら4代目、あんたまさか。驚いたな。堂島の竜は敵が誰だろう。俺はそう聞いていましたよ。
勝手に買いかぶるな。
なら今のミレニアムタワーは菅井の城だ。もし奴のところにたどり着けたとしてもあんた一人だけ逃げられるのがうちです。
そうか。
兄貴。
ユウタ、お前らの助けがいる。ミレニアムタワーの菅井に殴り込みだ。
あ、わかりました。
お前は遥たちを頼む。
それはないでしょう。カムロ町に戻ってきた堂島の竜が殴り込みしようって時に、遥ちゃんたちには伊達さんと警察がついてくれます。殴り込みに警察は連れていけないでしょうが、俺
と広瀬一家の連中は
今さら水臭いですよ。それに俺はあの菅井ってのが会長代行になってからのカムロ一人で何もできずに下水道に隠れて、今菅井に返しができるってこのチャンスを指を加えて見てるわけにはいかない。
秋山、
俺も行きますよ。まさか俺が役に立たないなんて思っ
100人。
俺もセレナで待ちます。早く来ないと俺らだけで先に行っちゃいますよ。
ああ。ユウタを借りていく。あいつの手が必要なんだ。必ず無事に返す。
でもそれじゃあおじさんは。
俺ももちろん。はるか、いい子を産んだな。母親にだ。お前にこんな日が来るのを待ってた。思ったよりだいぶ早かったけどな。
私のはるかっていう字とゆうたくんのゆう、それではると。
そうか。ゆうたのゆうか。
ゆうたくんは
ああ、分かってる。分かってる。
本当におじさんに殴られたって聞いたけど。
ああ、いや、あれはそういうんじゃないんだ。なんていうか。
おじさん、無事に帰ってきてね。
お前はもう立派な母親だ。こうやって頭撫でるのもこれで最後にするべきだ。今のゴタゴタに俺が絶対にそんな。じゃあな、はるか。
Just one. That's what passes for the Tojo clan these days.
いらっしゃいませ。
一人だ。
かしこまりまし
それではご安
この曲を送るぞ。夢中で貫いた偽りのジャスティス、握っていたはずの手はいつしかはぐれてた。
Ah, held it too long.
刻む時計道を高えた二人、 So tonight 今夜もまた tonight ため息つく一人きりじゃ上がけない思い出、 Not tonight 近いの So tonight 場所で待つよ、こんな夜はお前に会える気がして、二人また歩いて行けるなら、胸の古傷も頬伝う涙も笑い話に変えてみせるさ。
Oh, wait, you get XP from that. I'll try the other one.
I'm back.
Alright, I'm just going for one last round of karaoke before we finish this off.
You were killing time. You were killing time before I got back.
I was hoping you'd get back before the end. But
Thanks,
then
Dan.
I did notice after the last song that you get those green experience points from karaoke.
Of course. Any excuse, right?
Well, I thought one last round was thematically appropriate, and also it was the song where there's Nishiki in the still images. It was honestly kind of really appropriate for the end of Yakuza 6.
We started with Nishiyama. We're ending with him.
Although that isn't this one. I just did that one.
Yeah. Might as well relive the memories before the end of the saga.
Yep. Right, I'm going to tag you in after this. You can take your turn.
Oh, is it my turn already?
I mean, it's been your turn technically for about... I mean, we're going to be going an hour longer than we usually do. But oh,
we are literally and we can't squeeze another stream out of this.
Yep. I
get ya.
I don't suppose you want to do the 2 karaoke songs you get in this game, do you?
No.
Okay. Alright, tagging you in.
Let's end the yes.
Gotta go to Serena, you know the drill.
Yeah, I know the drill. We can come back and deal with Circuit Fighter later.
Yeah, I did make a save before we left Onamichi. Just in case. Game Center Atlantis. To Serena. To the bar.
On my way, whole biscuit. I could be a man or a woman, so don't accuse me of sexism. A whore is a whore. Oh, and of course, as soon as I get back, Vectra comes up and starts curling up. Nothing left to do. Okay. Go.
Haruka's woken up.
We're taking Swaggy from the Tojo clan, yeah?
It was Someya that didn't have the tattoo on his back. You saw him a bit after. He looked a bit younger.
Ah. Oh, good. Akiyama's here.
Yep. My boy.
Well, Jose-san's dead.
Sorry?
Is a... Yeah, if I wish Jose-san was here to see it. Yeah, well, he's dead.
But your father's dead.
But your father's dead. Dead. Oh yeah, this isn't suspicious. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
oh shit.
These are long-time residents of Kamurocho. They know the drill.
Oh, great. Let's get away, as far away from the Millennium Tower as we can get.
When Kazuma Kiryu dons the black suit and walks single file with a horizontal line of people down the street, you get out of the way.
Sorry, but these guys are no Rikia.
Yeah.
Akiyama, you're good. The rest of you, the 4 of you together aren't worth 1 Rikia.
When Kazuma Kiryu walks with purpose toward the Millennium Tower, you know shit's about to go down.
Do you have here today? He knew it was coming and he's just not...
You could see it in his face, he knew it was coming.
I can show myself. My way. It'd be nice if they went, you know what, we've seen this song and dance, sure, go ahead.
They would be wise to do as he says. Up we go.
Let's head up.
Oh.
Of course, we're redoing this. Really?
You're not only inside a building, you're on the God only knows what floor at this point, and you're... I mean, at some point the building is going to become structurally unsound. You know, that rocket launcher is at least as dangerous to you as it is to anyone else.
Okay, that was fun.
Not to mention anyone on, like, on higher floors than this.
You gave them rocket launchers? For what? For what? One man?
That one man is Kazuma Kiryu.
Why didn't you give him a fucking nuke? Oh. Shit, you asshole. Don't. This won't take long. Just for shits and giggles.
しっかりしろ。大丈夫なわけないだろう。じっとしてろ。
こんな大事な時に寝てられるわけないでしょ。
Yeah, well, guess what? We don't want to climb the top of the tower with your intestines hanging out. Great. Looks like I'm doing this alone. You know, last time I came to the top of this tower, I had 2 good men and that cop. Now I'm going up alone. Apparently, none of you can do your job.
秋山、あとは任せ。お気をつけて。
I'm frankly surprised Kiryu allowed Yuta to come along at all.
Yeah, well, kid had determination. He needs to learn the hard way how life is. Okay.
Well, you might as well use one.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Items, stamina X.
Double X. That was the one.
Oh,
I should have picked up more fudge from the pocket circuit guy before I left.
Tofu.
Tofu. Why did I think fudge? I don't. What the hell is up with me today? I don't know.
Yeah, what is wrong? You sent an attack helicopter? Last time this happened in the Millennium Tower, you only killed one guy. You? Again? How many times do we have to beat you to death?
You know what, this area feels very familiar now.
Whoa!
Like, you know, this specific area with the canteen and those specific stairs. I think this is where you fight Phantom Kiryu in Like a Dragon. It's just, we've come up the Millennium, we've fought our way up the Millennium Tower so many times throughout this series.
Yeah, it's a ritual at this point. Oh, you want to fight with chairs, huh?
There we go. Whoop! Oh, Shigeru!
I like how the guy's like, oh, like just watching, like, oh, fuck, he's gonna do that to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
There, free dentistry. Yeah, he's dead. And Kiryu shouldn't have a hand.
Might be worth healing. If you can free yourself from them for a second. Oh. I did buy a buttload of food items, I think, so, at some point, so. God only knows that how long that's been in his inventory. Alright.
Come back from this, you bell end! I didn't kill him. Gravity did. Or he did this to himself. Yeah, that justifies everything.
誰だ。
あなたがお探しのものですよ、4代目。
すごい。
こちらいらっしゃることは分かっていました。ですが、私あなたの相手をするほど暇じゃありません。代わりのものに対応させます。
代わりのもの？お前はどこにいる？
俺がどこにいようが関係ねえだろうが。キリ、てめえはここで死ぬんだ。ゆっくり見物させてもらうぜ。
Oh great, now I have to face one of his minions.
Oi!
どういうことだ、染谷。
見ての通りですよ。4代目。
That's the guy with no tattoos.
てめえの相手はそこの染谷だ。聞いたぜ。あんた俺と岩見社長をぶっ殺すつもりだったんだってな。てめえを殺した後、沢村遥と赤ん坊も必ず見つけて殺してやる。
You just pressed a button.
その前に大道寺が死んだとしてもだ。
That button is your death warrant.
どういう目に遭うか。いい見せしめになるからな。
すごい。
安心して染谷に殺されな。
何があった？
No can do.
染谷。
何があったって？行かれちまったんですよ。俺は。
Edgy.
There's just something funny about picking up a bar stool like that and wailing on someone with it. And that. Like, you know, he's trying to be all dramatic with the samurai sword and everything. It's like, fuck you, cocktail shaker to the face. Mere peanuts.
Honestly, you people give yourselves loads of advantages.
後ろで笑っている菅井たちだ。それ以上やれば死ぬぞ。もうやめろ。
まだ終わってねえ。
Oh yes, you are.
Oh, peed myself. Oh,
gun up is red.
Oh dear, Kiryu. You have no idea what you've done. What? Live? Damn, Haruka, you've aged quite badly. You're the only character that's aged. Did Uncle Kiryu not give you the Fountain of Youth that apparently everyone else has? How else do you explain Majima? Oh, look, it's that little dick sucker.
あなたを殺せば女を助けてやると言ったんです。だが、ソメヤはその条件を守ることができなかった。やめろ。やめてくれ。
Oh wait, that's not Haruka, that's the bartender.
あなたがソメヤに殺されてやらなかったせいです。
やめろ。岩見、彼女は関係ね
え。ではこうしましょう。3つ数えます。それまでにソメヤにとどめを刺してください。
何？
そうすれば彼女は見逃します。
Okay, Someya, you get to die.
I mean, I probably would have done it already. Like, before you finished making the offer. Oh, how's this? You let her go now, and I'll let you live when I find you.
Oh wait, no, oh wait, no. Oh no, he said, yeah, go kill me. Oh, Chairman, he's not messing around. Oh, I know. That's why when he slept, I installed a bomb in his pancreas. What? Wait. Why is that back? What? Yeah, so you know how one day you just had a pain in your gut? Yeah? Well, there you go. Oh! What the hell's going on here? What am I walking into?
I'll explain later.
I'll explain later.
あの子には、ヒロミには、俺、一度も手あげたりなんかしてねえからな。大事にしてきた。本当だ。
Well, the problem there is the contract was you had to kill him. So his death is meaningless. Okay, let's go beat up this four-eyed fuck.
何をする気だ。まあ、時間切れは時間切れじゃけの。
Jesus.
キヨちゃん。おい、なんならこりゃ。
You stabbed yourself for nothing. I told you. You're not living up to his contract. Guy's a dick.
南雲さん。ヒロミよ。俺とあいつの娘を頼んます。
何を言いよるんじゃ。しっかりせ。まだ助かる。
娘を頼まれたと言ってくれ。今ここでだ。南雲。
わかった。必ずわしが守りきる。安心せい。
Oh shit, he's dead.
Yep.
Oh shit, that kid's an orphan now.
Yep. If only we knew someone who ran an orphanage.
More work for me. Yeah, I'll be honest, the last bosses in these games are getting increasingly less interesting.
Yeah.
It's because the last bosses are not a threat because they're actually tough. They're a threat because they're dangerous.
They stack the deck to ridiculous degrees.
Well, that and they themselves know they are not up to it. I mean, again, Yakuza 4 was a police chief who kept summoning more of his secret police to defend himself, while he himself runs around taking pot shots at you. Yakuza 5's boss was a guy who had to stab Kiryu in the gut and try and fight him while Kiryu was bleeding out, and Kiryu still beat the shit out of him.
You know, I need to prove that I'm the real, like, this would prove nothing.
尾道の秘密を暴いた俺らをどこまでも追ってくる。こうやって一塊になっているのは危険だ。しばらくそれぞれで身を隠した方がいい。
確かに。せめて岩見と菅井が今どこにいるか分かれば。
You'd think by now, organized crime syndicates would realize they exist by the grace of Kiryu. And if he wanted to, he could root them out and destroy them single-handedly.
And probably, given enough time, he probably wouldn't take that much time to do it.
Yeah. It's like, that's the one thing I found slightly incredulous of the Daidoji trying to strong-arm him in later games. It's like, you do realise I could tear down your organisation myself.
The thing is, for him,
yeah,
they've got Kiryu in a bit of a voice script because they've got his kid. They know where his kids are, and that's the threat. And as long as he does as he's told, they can't. They're safe.
Yeah. I would still bet on Kiryu being the one to dismantle them before they could do anything, though.
It wouldn't. Well, again, they've shown throughout the Yakuza games they cannot control him.
Yeah. And
like,
they know they can't.
Yeah, they know that by the grace of, as you say, the grace of Kiryu is the only thing keeping them around. I mean, Kiryu could come to the UK, fix our government, and be done. Like by tea time. And that's not just because I want a gruff Yakuza guy to walk in, beat up a bunch of beefeaters, and then go in and beat up Kiyosama. And his entire cabinet. Like just walking into the House of Commons and beating the shit out of every single one of them, and because of, you know, law of fist, he's basically fixed the place by punching the corruption out of it. You were going to kill them. Am I wrong? But if the Dragon of Jojiba gets blood on his hands, you'll be finished as the boss of Kamurocho. You put me on a pedestal. I can't protect my own friends, let alone the whole city. I'm just a washed up Yakuza.
なんて言われてもあなたを諦める気はありませんよ。岩見恒夫と菅井がカムロ町にいれば、もうこの町は死んだも同然です。今、この町にはあなたの支えが必要なんですよ。
This is from the lifeline of Kamurocho.
あんたは今までこのカムロ町に刻んできちまったんだ。
Oh yeah, remember when I was a real estate agent? Good times.
I like Akiyama.
あんたが帝王を救うくらいなら。
So what you're telling me, Akiyama, is you're willing to kill for me? Sorry, but even Kiryu's got to reach a point where it's like, you know what, these motherfuckers need to be put down. Why I don't have a rogues gallery, because anyone who'd be part of it is 6 feet fucking under.
Yeah.
One of John Cena's best performances.
Yeah.
Batman is a pussy who fights a deranged clown for a living.
Kiryu no aniki, hoka no mon wa mou
Riddle me this: how many graveyards has Batman filled by not killing people who he should have killed?
明日クルスタケルの葬儀の後、造船所に行くはずです。
確かか。
陽明連合会の2代目襲名じゃ言うて、広島に招集がかかってる。いいのに探りを入れさせたんじゃ。東上会の菅井も来るらしいね。わしは奴らを差し違えてでも殺す。兄貴もそのつもりなんじゃろ。ああ。ほいじゃが、わしと兄貴だけで十分じゃ。
It's too bad this isn't Morrowind. You can literally hire people to murder people for you.
以上巻き込めん。
And it's legal.
俺もそのつもりだった。
Oh yeah, that's a thing with Morrowind's legal system.
Yeah.
You literally hire a group to murder people as long as they have a writ of execution. Which means if you pay the Morag Tong enough money and say, I want this motherfucker dead, they can kill them in broad daylight and then just hand something to the authorities and go, I have a contract on this person, so, you know. Not a way to, you know, manipulate political, you know, inter-house political planning.
Time
to say goodbye to Kamurocho. I'll be waiting for you in Serena. Let me know once you finish all your business later. Ridiculous. Alright then, let's get this done.
Yep, we're already running over time. be back in a second.
Alright.
Aniki, ほいじゃったら。
ああ、行こう。
Oh shit.
岩見造船では尾道神外町本社で今日午後岩見平蔵会長の車窓が営まれました。超大和級とされる謎の戦艦が浮上後、十分な説明のないまま拳銃自殺を遂げた岩見会長ですが、岩見造船がこの難局をどう乗り越えるか、市の後継者である岩見恒夫社長の今後の動向が注目されます。
さすがは堂島の竜。大したもんですな。お待ちしてました。二代目クルスタケル襲名のいい余興になります。
すぐに三代目が必要になる。
わしは染谷優が嫌いじゃなかったんですがの。あの美人ママもかわいそうなことしたと思うとる。
Dude, you back?
広島のこの土地であんたに勝ち目はありませんよ、桐生さん。
勝ち負けに来てるんじゃねえ。お前らさえこの世から消えてなくなりゃ。
Ollie?
全部蹴りがつく。
Yeah, I can't do anything because it's a blocked scene. So it looks like you've got to finish it.
かかってくんならそういう格好で来いや。
Looks like I'm finishing this then.
Yeah.
Oh, controller. Turn it on.
Yeah.
Player label. Alright, let's go. Sorry, dude.
It's okay, it happens.
Yeah. You know, you'd think these ending scene, block scene things would expire after a few years. But no, they just slap them on there forever. I mean, this is what, an 8-year-old game at this point?
Yeah, well.
Can you still see, you can't see anything, can you?
I can see things through the YouTube/Twitch stuff.
Yeah. That's the advantage of a capture card, is they can't block that.
Yay.
That's why, honestly, that's why I got one, because we had some trouble with Kingdom Hearts and we were gonna stream Persona 5, but they blocked the whole thing.
Well, no, what they did is, in the original vanilla version of the game, they blocked everything. They blocked everything past the first few days. In Royal, they blocked only the new content. So you could theoretically play Persona 5 Royal until the third semester.
I mean, we still couldn't share play stream that though, could we?
The first few bits, yes, but we can't do.
Yeah, so there wouldn't be much point in making that part of the marathon thing. I guess doing Persona solo could be an experience for me and a frustration for you for having to watch. No doubt. Oh yeah, have we? Stats. That's what I was thinking. Oh no! Hey, if you get to heal, so do I. Run out of toughness. Okay. Anyway, I did buy all that. Onomichi pudding.
The strength of Onomichi. Oh.
What?
I don't think I've actually got a time for the share play thing here.
Yeah, the share play is still technically active, it's just suspended you while the scene is blocked.
I know, but the best part is I've actually got a timer right here counting down.
Yeah, what does it say?
16 set minutes.
This is me at full power. And so you see, you never actually had a chance. I let you think you did to be nice. Oh. That caved his face in, or it looked like it.
So 終わりにするか、菅井。ええ。
はるか。坊ちゃんもなんでじゃ。
本庄という東京の刑事を知っているか。何。今日の昼、その本庄に警察上層部からある特命が下されたんだよ。
伊達という刑事を見張り、そいつが違法に監禁している赤ん坊とその母親を救出するようにと。
本庄、なんでここ？伊達さん、あなたこそなんでこんな真似をしたんです？
どういうことだ？誰の命令でここに？
伊達さん、これは
監禁の現行犯です。無駄な抵抗はしないでください。
違うぞ本庄、こいつは遥たちを狙う連中の差し金だ。警察の上層部に誰かが手を回してる。
私への命令は正規の手続きで下されているんです。連れて行け。
お前ら
女とガキを死なせたくなきゃ指一本動かすな。
貴様、おっと
4代目。あんたは東上会と陽明連合会をいっぺんに敵に回したんだ。なめてんのか？てめえも奥大王、俺を甘く見やがって。死ねや。
Oh, he knows he's fucked up.
どけ、菅井。あんたじゃ殴り殺すのに時間がかかる。
This is the thing again, they can't beat him in a fair fight.
And they know it.
They have to resort to all kinds of cheap tricks to beat him.
俺の本質を見誤っていたよ。俺にはあの人を超える野心と抑えきれねえ力への渇きがあった。
But the thing is, look at it, they have to literally hold him in a way where they know he can't fight back to even try to kill him because they know they could not, they can't actually beat him.
裏社会でこそ生きるこの俺の才能に親父は気づいていたはずなのにな。伝説の国土クルスタケルの名は俺が名乗るべき名だ。10数える前に立て。出なきゃ女を殺す。
おじさん。
おっと、無理かな。
There we are.
踊りはこっちじゃ。
お。
岩見さん。兄貴、頭。はるかとハルトは俺らが守ります。
抜け駆けしたんは後でみっちり説教したるけ。あんたら立てや。
立ってつかなさい、兄貴。
兄貴、立て。
この死に損ないが。
How many times is he got to teach you fuckers this lesson?
誰に喧嘩売ったか。これからたっぷり思い知らせてやるぜ。
ふざけるな。今見た。
踊れの相手はこっちじゃ。
If I had a yen for every one of you uppity fuckers who thought they could bring me down.
もう思い残すことは何もねえ。
Don't worry, I'll beat the shit out of this guy. And we'll never hear from him again.
And we never do.
Nope. Hell, Jingu has had more appearances, more references to them than this guy ever will.
全部ここで終わらしてやる。
And he's still gonna have his boys around.
Well, yeah, he's not gonna fight you himself.
You know what? I'm gonna... This guy wants a fight. Let's give him what he came for. Full power. Fight over.
What an underwhelming piece of shit.
It only took like a complete beatdown with a lead pipe and
お前が地獄へ来るのを待ちかねてる人たちが大勢いる。
Yeah.
お前は極道の世界に仇を巻き込む外道だ。
I think this is the most pissed off we've ever seen Kiryu, so there's that.
仕事で菅井女とかよ殺せ撃ち殺せ
You are no longer in a position to do that.
ナグモくそ
I don't think there's any gameplay left, is there?
No.
兄貴。
はるかはハルトは無事だな。
無事です。大丈夫です、兄貴。
あいつらを頼むぞ、ユタ。
しっかりしてくださいよ、兄貴。くそ。よくも桐生の兄貴を。
短い夢だったか。
救急車急いでくれ。頼むよ。
おじさ
ん。よかった、はるか。
そんな満足そうな顔しないでよ。死なないで、おじさん。諦めるの。
ユタとハルトと、幸せにな。
おじさん。おじさん。
There is a timeline where Sega didn't puss out and actually had this be the end of him.
I know, but
it's like, I kind of feel like they can't kill Kiryu off anymore because they've implied that he dies at the end of games too many times. If they do actually kill him off at this point, no one will believe it.
It's not just that, they have reached a point where he doesn't need to be the protagonist anymore.
Well, yeah, but as long as these games keep going, they're going to ask, where's Kiryu? And the only way to avoid that would be to kill him off, but now they can't.
I don't know, I think they can do games from now on where he just makes minor appearances. But...
I mean, they can, but this was clearly meant to be, like, the series moving on from him.
Well, there's only so many times, though, you can do the thing where circumstances make it so Kiryu has to come back. Like, again, this was the point that even he was starting to get to the point where he can't raise his kids or do anything, because they're self-sufficient enough now anyway. But, again, he can't... In his mind, he can't be around anymore because his name keeps, it just puts a target on him.
Yeah.
And in this case, they actually used Haruka to get to him.
キヨちゃんはずっとあんたのことを気にかけとったんじゃ。3つの時に別れたんちゃったの。覚えてるんか、母ちゃんのこと。
写真でだけ。でもお父さんがいろいろ話してくれた。
染谷が。
お父さんの仕事のせいでお母さんは出ていくしかなかったって。お父さんはいつも自分が悪いんだって言ってた。
そうか。ほいじゃが、あいつはあんたのことを 大事に育てとったんじゃな。のう、キヨちゃん。
うん。
Hey.
まさか清美さんが無事でおったとはのう。小清水のやつがかくまっとったんじゃって。
小清水は空砲で清美さんを撃ったんです。彼女を助けようと自分で腹刺した染谷に小清水もなんか感じるもんがあったそうで。
あいつも世が世じゃったらあんなゲスどもに使われる男じゃなかったんじゃ。菅井と岩見の言いなりになっとる自分にええ加減嫌気がさしただけと違うんか。
それでもいいだろう。おかげで清美さんは生きてる。
南雲の頭も哀れじゃのう。恋敵は清美さんのために自決した染谷じゃ。どうあがいても勝ち目はないじゃろう。しばらくは広瀬一家の立て直しに専念してもらおう。
後のこと頼むな、田頭。松永の兄貴も。
沖縄に行っても達者でな、言うた。はるかちゃん。もちろんハルトもじゃ。桐生の兄貴のことは残念じゃった。わしらもまだ信じられん。阿川に強い人が。
でもこの子は大きくなってもきっとおじさんの背中を覚えてると思います。
I don't think that's very likely, Haruka.
私も絶対に忘れないです。
I mean, he's just a baby. I don't think he's old enough for memory to have taken hold yet.
これまで一緒に歩いてきた道の続きを。
But by
今度は
infinite wealth, he's at least walking and talking.
Yeah. Is this the only time the Tojo, like, these three have popped up in this game?
無所出たとこで疲れとるやろが。俺らもお前が出てくんの待っとった。
What, you mean the Tojo in general?
話は聞いとるやろ。
No, I mean Majima,
陽明連合
Saejima,
会と戦
Daigo.
争が始まるで。
I think pretty much.
四代目の首取られた言うて若い衆が生きり立っとる。もう止められん。俺も気持ちはわかるけどな。そしたらどないする？六代目。
クルスタケルは死に、息子の岩見恒夫もぶち込まれた。小清水って男は陽明連合会の跡目としてまだ広島を掌握できていない。
なんや、今が広島への攻め時や言いたいんか。まあ広島でもうちの報復が来ると思うとるはずや。やるんやったら早い方がええやろ。俺は後悔している。言えた義理ではないが、俺はお前の親のつもりだった。 ならば俺は親として伝えなければならないことが山ほどあったはずだ。だが俺はそのことに正面から向き合おうとしてこなかった。そんな俺の前にさまざまな親子の形が次々に現れた。しがらみや掟に縛られ、子供を純粋に愛してやれなかったことにようやく気づいた親。親を超えることで認めてもらえる、愛してもらえると固くなにまで信じた子供たち。そんな親と子の隔たりが多くの不幸を招くのを目の当たりにした。彼らは親子として向き合っていなかったのだろうか。そうじゃない。彼らは親子の絆を信じていた。それぞれが苦しい定めの中で親子の絆を確かめようと
We're just hitting hour 5.
悩み続けていたはず。
Yeah, but we're in the ending,
No,
so it's
well,
different.
We're just hitting hour 6. I mean,
彼らには
yeah.
親子として共に過ごす時間が足りていなかった。それだけだ。でもそれはきっと大切なことなんだと思う。だが俺も彼らと同じ鉄を踏んでいた。
Because we're gonna blitz through the next
曲がり
one
なりにも
because
登場界の4代目だった。
I basically have a maxed out party.
Yeah.
I mean, I had to beat Joe Amon. Like, you cannot beat him unless you've maxed out everyone and you only use certain party members. And even then, you know, there's a lot of luck involved.
そばにいてやる必要はないと思っていた。堂島大吾を男と見込んで、お前に全てを託していたと言えば聞こえはいい。
Well, I say that you've probably done that too.
お前と持つべきだった親と子の
Been a long time.
運命と向き合わず、
Although,
消せない過去からも目を背け、逃げていた。
I think it's similar in Infinite Wealth. Like, you only get skills up to level 30, and once you've got them, you keep a bunch of them regardless of class. So obviously I kept the German suplex and the atomic drop around.
そんな俺が
As Ichiban.
お前や登場界の親だと名乗る資格はない。だからこの手紙を読んだとき、
I wonder how many fights we can end with a single
もし
German
俺が死んでい
suplex
たとしても
early on.
どうか親の仇を討とうなんて思わないでほしい。俺の命にそんな価値などない。それが俺の最後の頼みだ。大吾。
親からもらった遺言を俺は守ります。広島と戦争はしない。その上で陽明連合会にはこっちから申し出て五分の杯を交わします。
キルーちゃんに先手を打たれとったわけか。
俺はあの人の手紙に超えるべき親の背中を見た。
立派に親やったやないか、桐生。
I mean, Kiryu, if you mean Kiryu, yeah, but... Yeah, your actual dad was a piece of shit.
Oh, so hey, Dojima. Yeah.
Yeah, so he was a sack of shit.
Yep.
聞いたよ。おめでとう。
それで、桐生さんのことですけど、伊達さんは本当にあの人の遺体を間違いなく確認したんですか？
He knows.
ああ。
Yeah.
そうだ。
Nah, he knows. He knows that's bullshit.
よし、もう一回だ。な、頑張れ。さあ来い、ハルト。頑張って、ハルト。頑張れ、ハルト。頑張って、頑張って。おお、すごい、ハルト。もうちょい。
桐生さんの死を確認したのはあなただけだ。その後遺体は不可解にもすぐ火葬にされちまった。
桐生には遺族がいない。あの日俺が遺体の確認に呼ばれたのは
You know that's
警察
bullshit.
関係者の友人としてだ。
Well, even he knows it shit. Like everyone, I think everyone already knows to a degree. Like they believe, like that. It's not just the I don't believe he, I can't believe he's dead thing. It's the I don't believe he is. I mean, again, the next game or so kind of makes that clear because you know they fucking see him.
And the first thing Majima says was, "I knew it."
Yeah.
I knew you weren't really dead.
I mean, Haruka even learns he's not technically dead at the end of Infinite Wealth.
Yeah. I mean, most people do by that point because...
Yeah, most people... Well, not only that, because he's allowed to use his name again. I don't know what the implication of the... of what they've done with him, but it isn't hot. It would be a weird fucking thing if they just suddenly decided, you know what? Let's just let him have his life back as a completely different Kiryu Kazuma. I mean, he's literally in hospital under the name Kiryu Kazuma.
Yeah. And he gives that name at the end. It's the last thing said in the game.
It doesn't help as well that the Yakuza's been dissolved at this point, or the families that made up his entire thing, they're gone.
Yeah.
Like the Great Dissolution Act kind of like made it impossible.
Do you think you could get me out of the plot, mate? I mean, you've got connections. Well, we could fake your death, but the problem is you're Kiryu Kazuma. Nobody would believe it. Can you do something about this plot following me around? It's not good for my kids. Fuck it, let's give it a go.
つまりあんたもその一人で口封じの賄賂ってことか。
If you spoke with... Yeah, I'm going to stop you right there. If I speak to people, if they believe me, it's still going to make my life difficult. So why would I?
それを気持ちよく受け取って全ての秘密を守るという意志、それさえ示してくれればいいんだ。
Why didn't he take this deal?
断る。
何?
You're not a sympathetic man, you just want me to be quiet.
俺の条件を飲め。
なんだと？自分が何を言ってるのか分かっているのか？
You gonna pull rank? Should tell him what happened to the last guy that did that.
まず堂島大吾という男を無所から釈放しろ。奴が出てこないと広島で戦争が起こるぞ。これ以上の火種は起こしたくないんだろう。
そんなこと、貴様、自分の立場が分かっているのか？
条件が飲めないんならこの取引はなしだ。秘密に一生怯えて暮らせ。
極道ごときがなめるなよ。命が惜しくないのか？場合によってはお前が大事にしている人間も巻き添えになるぞ。
Oh.
やってみろ。いろいろ調べたんだろう。
Even in this hospital bed, he's still
俺を
quite
本気で
capable.
怒らせたらどうなるか。
Listen to me.
試してみるか。
I can kill you in 37 different ways, and that's just for in this position.
貴様が秘密を守るという保証はどうしてくれる？
死んでやるよ。
You really should have said you're just gonna have to trust me.
この病院で
You know what happened?
死亡届を作ってくれ。
You...
そうしたら俺は一生消え続けてやる。
I kind of feel like he didn't need to go that far.
最後の条件はそれだ。
He doesn't.
何言ってんだ桐生。
聞いていたろ。俺は消える。俺の死体を確認したとあんたがみんなに伝えてくれ。どうなんだ？
Well, that's a fucking lie.
この男が証人だ。
No one will ever hear from me again.
おい、ふざけるなって。分かってんのかお前。そんな真似
Sorry,
したら
I don't.
もう
I'm
二度
no.
と
I'm not
ハル
here.
トに会えねえだろ。
I'm just a ghost.
そうだろうな。
分かった。その条件飲もう。
くそ。なんでお前ばっかりこんな。
はるかやはると。それ
You're a terrible medium.
俺の周りにいてくれた多くの仲間たち。
You're not a medium, you're a large. Oh.
喜んで死んでやるさ。
Okay, but the thing is, you don't have to. Like, this was my big gripe with this plot point, is he's going further than he needs to.
Just give him a new identity, have him grow a mustache, and be done with it.
よし、その調子だハルト。できるぞ。待つぞ。
Just have him change his name. Have him turn up at the orphanage dressed up as a matador samurai. And when they go, I do not know this Kiryu Kazuma. I am Esteban Suzuki, matador of the Rising Sun. And if Haruka's go, Uncle Kaz, I know it's you. No, you have me mistaken with someone with a lot more aversion to plot. Yes, that's the ticket. They just look at her and like, Haruka, you are fucking this up for me. Do you want me to go into hiding? Well, no. Then shut up. I am Hector Suzuki.
I thought it was Esteban Suzuki.
You know, see, you don't even remember my name, Nin Gringo. Let me, Hector. Look at me. Ding, 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 ding. Ah! Sorry, that will never not be funny to me. All that part when the police called him in to give a statement, and he just pisses himself off pushing the thing just to fuck with them.
Yeah. 65.
Yes, Hector would be
been playing this for 65 hours.
Oh, Hector would totally be one of those people that just goes into your chat on Twitch just to say racial slurs. Why? Why are you doing this? He does it just to fuck with people. I think that's your combined time.
Yeah.
A million yen.
Add together the stream lengths when I've got a couple of months worth of streams to rename and categorize into playlists. I should get on that one of these days.
One day. But not today.
Well, that's the end of Mafia Monday this week. That was Yakuza 5. Murray, your final thoughts?
First of all, it was 6, the Song of Life, not 5.
What's up with me today?
I don't know. You've been really off all day.
Yeah, I am not on good form today.
Yeah.
Right, that was Yakuza 6, the Song of Life. Murray, your final thoughts?
For the end of the... as I've said a few times throughout the saga, after 4, they really start to grasp at straws for villains. And while the story, again, is compelling, and there's a lot going on, the last bosses are underwhelming. Like, again, even Yakuza 3's last boss...
It was just a guy with a pair of guns.
Well, no, the end of the last boss of the third game was basically Dojima's like protege.
Oh yeah. The sub boss was
the sub boss. Yeah, the blonde guy.
That's how underwhelming he was. I literally did not remember him.
I don't know. I liked him. I just felt bad for him in the end, like how broken he was. I mean, because of everything, the expectations and everything else, and it all turned out to be money. And all he really needed was affection, and the only person who did that for him was the 6th chairman.
A big theme of this series is broken men making it everyone else's problem.
Well, it's that and the broken relation. Well, it's a lot of it's a lot of things.
Yeah.
Yakuza.
I said a big theme.
Yeah, it is a big theme. But again, by the time of 6 had been out for a bit. By the time 6 came out, it was clear that they could only do so much of the Kiryu has to come back to fix the Yakuza's problem.
Yeah.
And this, to me, like, they stopped numbering them after this. And it makes sense because this is the end of the Yakuza story, really.
Yeah. The end of the Kiryu saga, it's often called.
Well, no, well, again, there's a reason that Yakuza Like a Dragon still has a bit of the Yakuza thing in, because Yakuza is still around until a certain point in the game, and then it's dissolved.
Yeah, the great dissolution happens.
And then everything after that isn't so much about what happens, like what they do after. It's about how they deal with it, because their lives are turned upside down and changed completely. But Kiryu by that time is already completely out of it, and I'm sure he's happy to see it end in some way.
Yeah.
But as an end to the Kiryu saga, I don't know. The whole Haruka being out for most of the game and Kiryu having to basically go all around just to figure out what the fuck's going on. The massive conspiracy is, of course, completely insane, even by Yakuza standards. I suppose they had to, so they could do a thing, so they could do something for Kiryu, because I think it was all made with the intent of Kiryu getting that plea deal.
Yeah.
That's all it was. That's all it really. That's what I think the whole thing was. We have to have something so extravagant, so insane that the government would have to get involved with Kiryu.
Yeah.
And they know how terrifying he is. Like, Kiryu can't hide his own name. They know that. He knows that, but he doesn't want that. And the only way that's going to go away is if he goes away. But he can't just settle down and go away and mind his own business because they'll just keep coming him back. So
he's tried that every game since Yakuza 2.
Well, that's what I mean. He's tried it, but the thing is, the people he cares about will keep coming back for him because there's always that one person who suddenly gets ambitions of, if I take out the Dragon of Dojima, I will become this great legend. Yeah. So the only way for that to go, it's kind of like when you have those dream matches of like, oh, what if, Steve Austin fought Hulk Hogan? It's not going to happen anymore. Like, it can't happen, and that's when the dream dies. When you know it can't happen, and that's what Kiryu's had to do in a bit more of an extreme way.
I also don't think I'd want that to happen.
Oh, no one wants that to happen. Nobody, not even Austin wants that to happen. But the point is, it's an intergenerational thing.
Yeah.
Point being, for Kiryu, the only way to stop people coming after him is if they don't think he's around anymore, because any other comparison of I am better than the Dragon of Dojima, well, your feats might say something, but you'll never be able to 100% prove that because he's not around.
Yeah. And also, at this point, he's in his 60s.
Well, yeah, they don't care, though. I mean, if they cared about fighting him at his prime, they wouldn't be cheating to beat him.
When I say at this point, I mean at this point in the series, not at Yakuza 6's point. I think he's about 50 right now.
Well, somewhere around there.
Yeah,
but
a lot of time passes between.
Like 6 is going to be remembered for its story. That's all it is. Like 6 is one of those games where it's not going to be remembered for its story. It's going to be remembered for the Dragon Engine becoming what it became, Kazuchika Okada, and the whole New Japan guys. And
new engine, things are a little bit rough, but they do iterate on that in later games, and I think the Judgment series did its part in helping them refine that.
Oh yeah. What I mean though is, as a story, it's very. Yeah, I could take it or leave this one. Everything else in this thing is a lot more interesting.
Yeah.
Like that's what it's going to be remembered for. Like, Yakuza 1 is remembered for everything with Nishikiyama, Kiryu, and the Majima Everywhere thing in the remake. Kiwami 2 is going to be remembered purely for Ryuji Goda and everything involving that.
Well, Kiwami 2 was actually the following game in release order that came out with the Dragon Engine.
I know. Yeah. Then of course, Zero is going to be remembered for the gameplay and the story, because let's face it, Zero's story was actually pretty good, especially on Majima's side. Yeah. 3 is more. It's more. I think it. As I've said before, Gaiden made me appreciate 3 more.
Yeah.
That ending made me appreciate it a lot more. Like, you don't appreciate it now, like at the time, because of how slow the game really is, and it is the first real one on the PlayStation 3, and it's a lot of people's first exposure. 4 is going to be remembered for the multiple characters and the different fighting styles, and I'd say making the heat end actions come into their own.
How the fuck is it nearly already 5 o'clock?
I know. Yeah. I promise I'll wrap it up. 5 is...
That wasn't a coded wrap it up message.
I know. 5's okay. Like, playing it again, 5's been good. A lot better than I remember it being. 6 is just going to be remembered just for Kiryu thing and the whole New Japan thing, which will become a running thing from here on out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it just feels like a massive excuse to write Kiryu out, which they, again, as we've said, does not last long.
Yeah.
He'll be back.
But, yeah,
what about you? What about you? You've been following this series for a long time with me, or actually as long as I have.
Yeah. as I say, playing it the second time, I enjoyed it more. Because, I didn't really like that they were killing off Kiryu. Of course, at the time, originally, I didn't know that he'd be back.
No.
I suspected he would, but I didn't know. And, like, for this to be Kiryu's ending felt like a bit of a downer. And I got it, but, yeah, I just... I wanted him to be able to be with his kids. That's been the whole thing of my disappointment with every game. Is like, in the lead up to Infinite Wealth, when people were speculating on what Kiryu's story was, I made a comment once that said, look, I don't really care what else happens, I just want him to be able to see his fucking kids. It's like, it seems like that's all he wants as well, but it's the one thing that can't happen.
That is all he wants, because his family connections, like, Kiryu's life is tragic.
Yeah, and it's a plot point in Infinite Wealth that he's always put others first.
Well, he has, but again, his life is tragic because when you think about it, his parents are killed at a young age and he's taken in by their killer.
Yeah.
He's basically raised by said killer to become a Yakuza, a lifestyle which he excels at, but he doesn't really necessarily enjoy. Especially
or at least not what it's become.
What it ends up becoming. His friend and lover ends up basically dying, as does his best friend, who changes so dramatically he's not the man he remembers. He loses said killer father figure, and is basically left with his true love's daughter, who isn't his daughter, but he raises just the same. He constantly tries to have a normal life for her, but can't because he's constantly pulled in, and the people he gets close to get killed or are dragged in and get hurt really bad.
And from that, like, you can understand his decision to fake his death, because if he's dead, you know, people can't come after him.
He's gone way too far. He's gone through too much. Kiryu's suffered way too much, and now a child is involved.
Yeah.
Like, a child who's not even a year old.
Yeah.
It's gotten that insane.
Alright, well, we hope you've enjoyed Yakuza 6. We will be back this time next week. Well, hopefully a little sooner than this time next week. With Yakuza Like a Dragon. Because we're skipping Judgment. Because technically they're not Yakuza games. Even though they are in the same universe and there is Yakuza in them. You're playing as a lawyer. Yeah. Also, Mora didn't want to do those ones, so...
Not yet, at least.
Yeah. Perhaps I'll find time for them on the solo slot. But, till then, we're going to be doing Like a Dragon, the first of the turn-based ones. That'll be interesting. Okay. Well, if you miss us between now and then, we'll be back tomorrow with Final Fantasy VI. The end of Final Fantasy VI, hopefully.
Oh.
I mean, we don't have D&D tomorrow, so we got more time. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And the day after tomorrow, I'll be back on this spot with my friend Dan, and we'll be going through Tomb Raider. I should read the things that we're going to be discussing at some point.
Yeah, that would help.
Yeah. Okay, and the next thing I'll be doing, I don't do anything Thursdays and Fridays, but on Saturday I'll be resuming Sonic Adventure. That's the solo project. And then on Sunday I'll be back with Dan for Assassin Sunday, where we'll be playing Middle-earth Shadow of War. That's my schedule. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope to see you.